Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Measure P Oversight Committee regular meeting for April 29th, 2025. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Next item is the roll call.
All right, we'll do roll call. We're going to have Chair Salmeron,
Present.
Vice Chair Tibet,
Present.
Commissioner Geddes, Commissioner Bresenio, Commissioner Farrell,
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Thank you.
Next item is Community Forum. Do we have anybody signed up in the audience?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a few members of the audience who have signed up for Community Forum. If you would like to hear them, I could request them to come to the front to
Yes,
speak.
please.
First two speakers for Community Forum are Jose Carizales, followed by Dalia Fedor.
Jose Carizales. I have been speaking on the unsheltered issue since 2015. Maria Guevara was there when I helped her. I tried to help her secure $75,000 to help her. In honor of Mr. James Oakley, he will not be forgotten, and I will always speak on the unsheltered issue in Vallejo. Tomorrow there's another displacement of human beings, unfortunately. The city has decided to choose their own way, ignoring best practices. They're choosing to do their own thing. There's plenty of evidence, plenty of data, plenty of research where they don't have to do what they're doing, but they choose to do it because they feel they know what they're doing. Unfortunately, all that is going to happen is displace a human life. Some disabled. There's a disabled woman. There's a 14-year-old boy. There's another disabled woman. And there's no identified place for them to go. I would hope this committee, as one of the 7 or 8 or 6 guidelines of homelessness, would encourage staff, when this committee is not in session, to develop a comprehensive plan to include those with lived expertise. Open a discussion with lived expertise. Who better to talk about the issue than those who lived it? But City of Vallejo, in their infinite wisdom, oh man, I had to catch myself for saying something right now. They choose to ignore and do their own thing. And it's unfortunate because a human life, Mr. James Oakley was an example of unnecessary preventable death by a bucket of a bulldozer, by the maintenance crew. Very sad, very unfortunate. So I would hope this committee would encourage staff to develop a comprehensive plan instead of asking this committee to always give money to the police and fire department. Those two have been the most basic ask for this committee. $500,000 was attempted to give to the extreme weather centers, which was, I got to choose my words carefully, unnecessary and inappropriate. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next speaker, Dalia.
Hello, my
name is Dalia Vidor. I'm a resident of the city of Vallejo, and full disclosure, I do sit on the Commission for Culture and the Arts here in Vallejo, and I'm also a employee for the planning department here in Vallejo. I am here on my own behalf to request an allocation of Measure P funds for the Arts and Cultural Commission to aid in the economic development of the city through arts and culture. We all know that this is that arts and culture have a proven track record for development and aiding in economic development through various means, through bringing in art that will bring in tourists, through our festivals, which bring in more tourists, and we want to capture all of their disposable income. If you can think about when you go on vacation and how willing you are to spend your money, when you would not spend that at home, we want to capture those dollars here. But we also want to beautify the city, we want to give our artists opportunities, and we want to highlight all the great culture that we have here in Vallejo. And so we would like to request, or I would like to request for myself, to allocate some funds from Measure P for arts and culture in the city of Vallejo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker online.
Perfect, thank you.
That's Speaker Melvin Cohen. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Melvin Cowan, and I'm the founder of Enough Housing, an organization committed to ensuring every person in Vallejo has access to safe, stable, and dignified housing. Our mission is to transform underutilized spaces and fragmented systems into community-rooted solutions. We believe homelessness is not inevitable, it's solvable. Tonight, I'm here respectfully to urge the Commission to call a special Measure P Oversight Committee meeting this week under your authority in Section 330-170 of the Measure P Ordinance to address the urgent funding needs of the iHeart team, Intervention and Homelessness Action and Response. iHeart is one of the most trusted and impactful homeless services response teams in Vallejo. Their funding is on the brink of running out. If this commission waits until the next scheduled meeting or allows the issue to get buried in broader budget discussions, we risk dismantling a proven program that aligns directly with Measure P's stated purpose to address homelessness, maintain public safety, and keep our neighborhoods clean and healthy. In the last year alone, iHeart completed 2,649 outreach visits, removed 145 tons of debris from encampments, referred 114 individuals to shelter, and facilitated nearly 400 behavioral health connections. This is public safety, homelessness response, and community wellness all in one. This is Measure P in action. And while I recognize that this commission does not have the authority to allocate funds directly, you do have the power to make a formal and urgent recommendation to the City Council. And that would be to, one, include iHeart as a permanent line item within the Measure P budget. I would request $500,000 to support them. And two, provide immediate capacity building support so they can strengthen their infrastructure, scale their services, and proactively secure additional resources. And if fiduciary services are a barrier, I recommend the Solano Community Foundation to manage program funds and disbursement. Their involvement would allow iHeart to stay laser focused on service delivery while ensuring compliance, transparency, and accountability. If we wait, we lose more than a program. We lose progress, community trust, and the stability of people iHeart is helping every day. This moment calls for swift, coordinated leadership. Please use your authority to call a special meeting this week and help safeguard a program that is already changing lives in Vallejo. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to building a stronger, healthier city for all of us. Thank you.
And that'll wrap up the community forum, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Next item, 5A, informational item, recommendation that the City Council allocate 1% of the total cost of Measure P funds of the Mare Island Bridge project to use for public art.
I have to recuse myself.
Good evening, commissioners. It kind of feels a little bit awkward, knowing that I'm the liaison to this commission. But here we go. So what I'll do is I'll provide some additional context as to this referral, which I made from the dais. And then I'll add some data points that will help inform this recommendation. And I am open to take any feedback from you guys in terms of items you'd want to see if you decide to move this to the action calendar at a future meeting. So I'll start with the context part. We had to approve what was a almost $27 million project to repair the Mare Island Causeway Bridge. And one of the things that we were talking about and had some spirited debate on was the fact that there were cost overruns in connection to this project. Now, what I often try to grapple with in making decisions is how, and to quote Councilmember Lettigiou, how do we fail forward? How do we take these opportunities where perhaps there has been waste and we have spent dollars we shouldn't be spending, and we reapportion some of that funding to go towards uses that will ultimately benefit the community. And so what I thought as a happy medium in this instance was to make a referral to this body that 1% of the total cost of that project, which would be somewhere between $250,000 and $260,000, go towards a public arts project or a public arts fund. Now, for your awareness, this public arts fund exists. We've used it before. In fact, I was shown a binder at a very recent Arts and Cultures Commission meeting that sort of detailed and outlines how the fund has been used in the past. It has been used to re-grant funds to artists. It has been used to fund arts projects in the downtown area. And so using that fund as a framework, what my referral hopes and aims to do is to tackle blight, trash, some of these issues that we've been grappling with for a very long time with a different approach. Instead of setting aside $200, $300, $500, $1 million towards picking up trash, how do we look at our spaces across the city and transform those spaces to, one, engage the community, two, beautify our spaces, and three, have those projects help us in addressing our public safety. There's many studies that have shown time and time again that when you engage in creative placemaking and when you involve the community, that actually has a positive correlation to a reduction in crime. And so what I am hoping to accomplish is to restart a project or restart the fund, which was last exercised or put into effect 5 years ago, and do so in a way in which we're using those funds to empower our local artists to either have murals or other public arts projects be implemented across our entire city. And so I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have in relation to that referral, but that is really the intent and purpose behind this new approach to help address several needs: economic development, our public safety, and also our broader community engagement efforts. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have in regards to that, and not just bring back the Culture and Arts Commission to speak to this request, but also put a more detailed presentation together for next month's meeting. Thank you.
So I have a few comments.
Yes.
And so this is awkward, but you get the same treatment as Bobby Knight gets, right?
Yes.
Where's your plan?
Yes.
And so, I think it's important that you bring the commission and have this discussion and prepare a proposal for this body the same way that every other department prepares a proposal, right? For me, it feels unfair to say if we reward staff for overspending with letting them spend more, right? And so here's $200,000, go ahead and spend it. Because we don't do that with anybody else, right? Everybody has to come answer all the tough questions, and we're sitting here for hours. So, I think there needs to be an equitable process. And so I think that we have a really great show of partnership right now today with a member from the commission coming to make a public comment. We have you. So I think that it would be great to have a proposal and maybe broken down to say, $20,000 of this reinvestment into the local artist, another $20,000 that's going to go into murals across the city, right? And also, we know that, well, maybe we don't all know, but I know that when there are murals, people are less likely to deface the property because they're respecting the art, right? They're less likely to do that. So address that, maybe present or cite a study that supports that. Those do exist. And so, I think that is what really helps this committee make informed decisions and really feel better about, funding these proposals. So if you guys can come up with something that's a little bit more, organized and, prepare that, I would be more than happy to hear that. It's exciting to me. I love the art. I want to support the artists. I want to support everybody in this town, but equitably. Right? So same process all the way across. Monica can help send you guys a copy of what we have as our proposal criteria so far. That's something that we kind of started with this round of funding. So hopefully we can start deploying that with everybody else who's going to request funding that, just answer these questions, come prepared with this information for this committee so we can have a really productive conversation and move things forward.
Yeah, a couple quick points on that, Chairman. So the referral that I made, I see it more as an investment in community, not an opportunity for staff to spend on a pet project. I think activating our different corridors, Springs Road, Tennessee, Broadway, can create jobs, can help with our public safety, and can also contribute to greater community engagement. So that's the lens through which I'm looking at this opportunity. Number two, definitely agree with you. This is just an informational item this month, and I'm hoping to get feedback from you guys so that I can come back with a formal proposal. And for the record, from the dais, we can make requests and get votes to support expenditures, and it would have bypassed what we're doing today. And what I'm hoping to do through this process is actually follow a process and make sure that we're doing that even for someone as myself, and then have the commission deliberate one way or the other. And so I'm just, again, hoping to just increase transparency and accountability for all parties involved, as opposed to, what the culture has been in our community for a really long time. And then the third item is, I will definitely take your advice and take your feedback when it comes to developing a plan, but I think it's just as important to get the other commission involved that does this work and is living it and is much closer to it than I am, because they can speak to elements of this given their role in past grant-making efforts in a way that I just can't. So in the next meeting that we do have, I'll be joined by them, or hopefully some of them, so that they can also help me present this recommendation to this body.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and the ripple effect and the many benefits are, obvious whenever we experience art ourselves in public spaces. So this is an important opportunity. Please refresh me. Is there a contingency fund for this project in the event of cost overruns?
For the causeway?
Yes.
It is. There is my understanding, based on what staff has shared, is that there is a contingency built in. And I asked that question at just the last meeting. So I don't know what that exact figure is, but Public Works did confirm that there is.
That emerged as a serious problem on the Broadway project, and the lack of clarity about whether there was or wasn't. So thank you for checking on that. And I want to be sure, I'm sure I missed one of the introductory points. This money isn't needed to complete the improvements? No.
No, we approved, so this is above and beyond, this 1% is
Okay.
above and beyond the total cost of the project, which we did approve 2 meetings ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And does the current plan or model for public art include a process for making decisions about what projects to fund? You mentioned it's been inactive for 5 years. Well, how did they? These issues tend to become controversial, of
Yeah.
course, because we have lots of talent and interested individuals and groups.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the previous effort by the commission was more of a grant-making effort and less so an effort that had sort of some parameters built out around the purposes to which these projects were going to go towards. And so what I'm hoping to do with my proposal is really set some guardrails around what the intended use of the dollars would be, you know, murals across the city to this effect, and it'll cost this much, as opposed to, you know, just solely a grant-making operation that has no defined purpose, which is what I outlined earlier.
Thank you. And what motion would keep this moving forward so that you can flesh out some of your thoughts and proposal, and understanding you're not bringing something for immediate action regarding $260,000, correct?
No, so as you guys are all aware, at this time, the city manager's office is developing the budget for next year.
Yep.
And so part of what would need to happen is, city attorney could speak to this better than I can, but it would come back under the action calendar at the next meeting. We would give a presentation. You guys would get to grill me again. I'm here for it. And then you would take a vote to recommend or not recommend. And then at that point, it would move up to the council level to be considered as part of a broader package for next year's budget. Is that?
Yes, that's very accurate. And then if council does approve it, and there are public art projects that the city wants to fund, that would then go to the Commission on Arts to deliberate on that, make recommendations. So there's an entire process
Yeah.
that's already built in.
Yes.
So, excuse me, why would council be presenting it and not the Commission of Arts? Whatever commission.
Yeah, culture and the arts. So
Why
I
wouldn't they
made
be presenting it?
so I made the referral as part of the discussion item we were having on the Causeway project. So that's why I'm presenting today, because I made that referral from the dais. But what I'm recommending is when I come back next month, that I be joined by the Culture and the Arts Commission, because they've actually implemented this type of program in the past, and they could speak to, you know, some of the projects you would see on the ground with the dollars that I'm requesting.
Okay, and then the second, so that I don't have to go back and listen to this whole meeting to hear what you said, I want to make sure I heard you right. That you said that, I'm going to summarize and you tell me, that the council could have made this decision without us, but pretty much you're being courteous to bring it to us about Measure P funds. And I find that very disheartening, because if we are the Measure P Oversight Committee, how would you even think as a council member to skip the process? What would be the purpose? That's a waste. Well, I'm gonna speak for me. That would be a waste of my time to come sit at these meetings for you to tell me that you can skip this process. And of course, you guys are doing it anyway. The process is coming through us, and you're still making your decisions. But to tell me that you would skip this process means that you really don't need me sitting here. No, if you can skip this process, you don't need me. My time is very valuable.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So There's a specific reason why I said what I said. My actual name is on the ballot of this tax. I was an advocate for the tax, and this is a loophole, which I don't find acceptable, right? I shouldn't, as an elected official, get to sit up there and bypass what we've designed, an actual process that is transparent, is accountable, and should be flowing information out to the public, right? So I think we need to fix that as part of the recommendations that you guys make to the city council. How do we put those checks in place so that in the event that staff ever comes up and says, let's use this money, right? And let's bypass the commission, we can put that process in place so that any referral that's made by a council member comes back to this commission and you guys get to evaluate it in the same way that you're evaluating staff proposals. So it's really meant to both have you consider my actual request and have you guys think about how to strengthen the existing process that we have in place. And by the way, I did not mean to be flippant in saying that I could have just done this. That was not the purpose behind what I said. It was more to highlight that we need to address that gap in the process, because whether or not I sit there or I'm not sitting there, I don't think any elected, given the fact that you guys exist and you have this body, should have that opportunity to do that, because everything else is flowing through this commission.
I appreciate this conversation, because many times we have heard since the inception of Measure P that we will sit here for hours and receive information, and regardless of our recommendation, it will go to council, and that there is a strong likelihood that the recommendation could be ignored and the proposal could get funded. That's very frustrating. Like Commissioner Jones said, because we sit here, we dedicate a lot of time not only to being present, but being members of the community. I live here.
Yep.
Some staff members don't live here, but I live here, and I'm accountable to my community members. And I think of everybody in this community as my family. That's how much care I put into this specific role. So thank you both for engaging in that dialogue. It's important for everybody to hear.
And at the council level, what I will share is, and some of you guys have seen that we've also called for, anytime there's a recommendation that this body issues, or for that matter, any commission, whether it's planning, oversight, economic development commission, there should be a report that accompanies the vote that you took. And not only that, there should be representation from the commission that speaks to the recommendation that was made, so that we have the full context, and then we have an opportunity to ask you guys questions. That has not been the case, and so that's also a part of the process improvement that we're calling for as a council. So, Commissioner Jones, I didn't, if I caused any hurt, that was not the intent. I'm just really coming at it from a solutions orientation and helping improve the current process that we have and ensure that there's accountability at every step of the process.
Well, hurt wouldn't be the proper word at all. There's no hurt. Maybe frustration, definitely. And your statement was true. You made a true statement, so you don't have to go back and backtrack, but it was a true statement that you made. And I mean, you said what you said, and I said what I said, and I stand on that. I think it's a waste of my time if I sit here and as a council, you tell me that you guys could bypass it. And again, you could. And that's just, but the sad part is that you could. And oftentimes, we sit here and I'm thinking the 9 priorities that were set, in my opinion, most of the stuff that we are asked are a twist and a curve of some sort of way to get Measure P money. It's like, okay, it's an ATM right about now, and everybody's trying to pull money out of it for whatever. I need some new socks. Whatever the case is, I need some new this. And what's crazy is that most of the money that was allocated last year wasn't even spent. And I'm looking at some of these same things being asked, oh, you didn't buy it last year, now there's a new and improved model, and not only do you want us to recommend to approve that model, you want us to approve a 10-year plan to keep it going. We are now, which I don't know, just in my household, it's poor spending for me to plan out spending money that I don't have already. So we're planning to spend money down the line that's not already in the bank for lack of a better word. I don't know. I'm not an accountant. I'm not in the finance division. I do work with dollars and money every day, but that don't make sense to me. And so,
I'm in full agreement with you. I think I've served on commissions for before I was elected to council for 7 years. Economic Development Commission, Code Enforcement Appeals Board. And I experienced many of the same frustrations that you're experiencing right now. We would talk about things, we would make recommendations. We were also told, like, yeah, it's not really going to matter because council can do whatever they want. And I don't think that that's respectful to the commissions and the amount of time you guys put in, the amount of due diligence that you do on each of these subjects that you talk about. And so my hope through this process and through our shared partnership over the next couple of years is that we do build checks into each of these processes that are followed so that future commissioners don't have to experience this anymore. Because I've dealt with it, you guys have dealt with it, and we shouldn't, I don't see that kind of stuff playing out in other cities. We shouldn't be experiencing that ourselves.
Good afternoon, good evening,
Good evening.
Councilman Matias. I just want to thank you and applaud you for coming here, including us, and not usurping your authority as if this commission does not exist. And to my sentiments with my other commission members, I do feel the way they do. You have spoken, you brought it to us. Hopefully that'll set precedents so any other council member who feels they can usurp their authority and just approve Measure P funds without coming to us will take this as an example and bring it to us the right way. Thank you.
All right, do we have any public comment or any other comments on this item?
Currently, do not have any members of the public signed up for this item. I saw you sign up for consent. You want to sign up for this? Okay. Yes, we do have one speaker in the audience.
Okay, great.
Philip B., please come to the podium.
Good evening. I'd be the first of a few times I come up here, so I apologize ahead of time. But I don't know if many of you are aware that the city of Vallejo actually has something that's very similar to what Councilmember Mateus is requesting, special event fund, right? So groups can go and they can apply, and this was at the beginning of the year, and they apply, and then there's a group that evaluates those and then approves them and then provides funding. Some of you may not know that because it's not very well known, right? So with the current dollars already out there for special events, again, it's not that I'm opposing what he says, but it's really about transparency, right? And if we're asking for an ask of $250,000, and then we're not quite sure what goes to that, then things can be made, right? I mean, you know, there's different organizations out there, some that he may or may not be part of, and if those groups were then to receive funding, how would that look, right? That we gave council members individual funds to supply individual groups that they are also part of, right? So I think when you're taking a look at some of the groups and the sponsorships that we already have in place, that we make sure that those are fully transparent, that the general public is fully aware of those, can take opportunities to apply and use those fundings before we create additional segues to start spending even more money. And, you know, as good-hearted as this may have been, it's not something that I see going very transparent when there's already something set in place. If there was additional funding going into a special event sponsorship that's already in place, that's already developed, that staff is already part of, then you could say, okay, we know how this looks like. But it's very difficult for a commission off the beaten path, say, oh, let's just give them 250,000. And the math to doing it is very awkward, right? Like, we're going to pull 1% of a project, and that's going to be the funding for this. When really should be, what should be the funding for this? Should there be less funding? Should there be more funding? You know, what type of mechanism are we using to fund different projects in Measure P? Because this is like a really sloppy one. I mean, it's to either appease people that had complained that the bridge was receiving, dollars from Measure P. You know, how did we get to the point that this is how we're asking for the money, right? So I would just, again, when I see this, red flags go up to me because I'm like, this is an opportunity where there might be a lack of transparency. And then you guys end up being the ones taking the responsibility because you approve it, and they say, well, Measure P approved it. It's not really on the council. Measure P approved it. They said it was okay. So I do like the fact that you guys did ask for more information, that you questioned it. Obviously, you don't need I'm just, but again, I just want to be aware that there are programs already in place that the city can utilize, so.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments, Manny?
No other speakers at this time, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Now we will move on to,
If I could, I would like this to come back in May for a further report, all in the interest of transparency and engagement, and so I'm glad we've started that process. I don't feel that special events are relevant to this request. That's for Earth Day and other events that I don't know the names of, but this is for public art, and I think it should be thoroughly explored because of the many benefits, and this is just the very first step in a process, and I support total transparency, but I would like to make a request that we agendize this to receive more information regarding the potential allocation of 1% of the total cost of the Measure P funds for the Mare Island Bridge for public art.
Board member, you actually can't make a motion on this item because it's information, it's not on the
Well,
action.
I'm making a motion that we bring it back to consider that.
We're going to. The council's already directed us to do it.
To us?
To bring it to you, yes.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know they control our agenda, I thought we...
They can direct us to do
Okay,
things, sir.
as can staff, correct, initiate items on our agenda?
Staff can, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
so I think in general, to avoid the cumbersome two-step process, what I recommend to the committee is first ascertain whether staff is willing to put an item on a future agenda when we're looking around and we all seem kind of enthusiastic that we just direct to staff that they put it on an agenda, and that may or may not always be successful, but we can ask.
You can always ask.
great, thank you. Next item, approval of the consent calendar and approval of agenda. Please take a moment to look at the minutes and the agenda, and I do believe that there is a correction that will be raised on this item, but we will get there in just a few minutes.
On section 10 of our minutes, under the nomination of vice chair, there needs to be an amendment to the nomination being accepted by Tibbet as vice chairperson.
I second the motion, but I'm not sure that I heard correctly, but our names are reversed there. You made the motion, I seconded it, correct? So I seconded that we correct that typo. Thank you.
Those will be corrected with the minutes circulated. Thank you. Let's take a vote. Chair?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tibet?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow?
Yes.
Commissioner Geddes? Yes. Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Briseno?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Chair Sommer, on one additional item regarding the minutes item number 11, I created confusion, and I think the minutes are correct, but there was also a request that the MPOC receive an update from the city attorney regarding the status of requests for documents regarding Mare Island CDFs, and I know there's been quite a bit of activity since the meeting, and additional documents have been provided. Can we be provided a general overview during the city attorney's report this evening? That did come up at April 14th. And I believe there was an understanding that we would receive an update at our next meeting.
Sure. Problem is, there is no city attorney's report on the agenda. I apologize, but what I'd be happy to do is to send all of you an email with what I know anyway, and I could do that within the next day or so.
That meets the need. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. The next item is report of the committee and board secretary. Do we have a report?
Nothing to report.
All right, great. Next item, report of the city council liaison. It looks like Councilmember Matias stepped out. So I want to make sure that he has an opportunity to speak. Could you? Thank you. Okay, we'll just take a quick break.
Hello again. So we, at this past council meeting, we began the process of making appointments to two very important subcommittees for our community. The first being the DOJ subcommittee that's going to essentially call for 3 council members to work collaboratively with the police department and DOJ, as well as the city attorney's office, in making sure that those reforms are moving forward that have been identified for several years now. We also had a discussion on the Public Safety Committee that's sort of going to be looking at all of the different initiatives that we've got underway, whether that's the discussions with the Sheriff's Office, the security guard contract, the road repavement that's happening across our community. And so we did have a conversation to authorize that subcommittee, and we will be selecting additional council members at a later date to form part of that subcommittee that's going to be moving that work forward. The council also interviewed a total of 20 applicants for all of our vacant commissions at this time, and it was just an incredible field of candidates. Really happy that there's a lot of participation across our community to engage and participate in our various commissions, and I encourage the public to take a look at what's available and get involved. This is an exciting time for us, and there's a lot of work in front of us, and so I look forward to continuing to take part in those discussions. And then, generally speaking, we had a series of community events that were well attended by council members and by the mayor this past weekend. Dia del Niño, Earth Days. There was a Native American symposium at Toro, and so just a lot of exciting events taking place across our community that all of our elected officials have been participating on, in addition to the Juneteenth fundraiser that was held at Applebee's this past Saturday that I had the honor of attending and participating in. And so just a lot of appreciation in this moment in time for all of the goodwill that's in the community, all of the events that are taking place, and more activity, which I'm sure we'll be in a position to report out in the next couple of months. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The council meets again on May 13th, and that will be the date that we'll be making selections for those commission vacancies, and that I hope we'll start to take a look at the 25-26 budget. So just wanted to give you guys a preview of what is on the queue. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question.
Yes.
Has council received any clarity on the matter of children being able to live at the Broadway project?
I'm going to speak for myself. I don't have clarity around that question at this time. In fact, there are many questions that I raised at the last meeting regarding the Broadway project. And I also shared some pretty direct feedback with the representatives from the Firm Foundation. And so I am hoping that as we bring back the discussion that we've been having as a council around homelessness, we can get some clarity, because many of those projects are scheduled to go online pretty soon. I know the Broadway project is looking at a end of May open date and timeline, and then that's the navigation. I'm getting them confused. The navigation center will be online at the end of this month, hopefully. And then the Broadway project will be going online, or it will be fully occupied in August, although they're expecting to complete it in the next month or so. So I will make sure to elevate that question as well as any others you guys may have.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
All right, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, next item, report of the chairperson and members of the committee. I don't have anything to report out today. Does the committee have anything to report out?
I would like to, if I might. It's been evident over the year and a half, roughly, that we've been meeting, that we frustrate staff from time to time, and that is not our purpose, of course, but there seems to be a fundamental difference in perception of the purpose of the MPOC in different quarters. And of course, there will be subjects that are uncertain and where people have different viewpoints. But we were told initially by a former city manager that we were free to disagree, but if we did, we should expect to lose because council accepts the recommendation of staff. I felt almost threatened, and as if he was pulling up his pants and looking at us like, go ahead, make my day. Take a position that's different than ours, and we'll see what happens. And in some cases, we have seen what's happened, and it's been rough at times. And of course, we want to collaborate and achieve the best for the city of Vallejo. And one of the things we've proposed a number of times is that staff take to the council, maybe on an annual basis, in advance of the Measure P requests and the budget being studied, to get a some high-level guidance about priorities for Measure P funds in the upcoming year. And yes, there are 9 items listed in the ordinance, and conspicuously absent is economic development, which seems crazy, but the previous council considered all the possibilities and decided not to include that. But saying that something, that 2 molecules touch, and this, that painting a vehicle will maybe instill more respect in the community, therefore it relates to public safety. Some of the requests we've received have not seemed very closely related to what was discussed during the campaign, and we have many needs in Vallejo, and we all wish we had the money to address all of them. The reason I am bringing this up is a number of us have communicated to the most senior exec staff a number of times that we don't think that salaries for permanent positions were ever intended to be funded by Measure P, nor that regular replacement of the fleets of different departments would be a part of Measure P funding. Now, does that mean we're right? Well, Councilmember Matias was one of the key leaders of the Measure P campaign. He signed off on a ballot argument. I did also. Former Vice Mayor Loera Diaz worked very, very hard to get it passed. And even though people had certain expectations, it turns out life is more complicated than we all realized during the campaign, and things have come up I never entertained, but they're not getting discussed by the council. I heard at a recent council meeting, and I think Councilmember Matulik asked, so then can Measure P money be used for salaries? And I believe the answer was an unconditional yes. Unconditional yes, without anyone from staff saying, now there are those who were very much involved in the campaign and were involved in the ballot arguments who will say no, but that's not what I heard at that meeting, and I was incensed because it's been very clear at our meetings that the legislative history in my mind is clear that funding positions in perpetuity was not one of the intended purposes. Measure B funding was used to pay for salaries and MOU adjustments, and that resulted in the defeat of the city's next sales tax measure in 2020. Voters were angry that they'd been told the money would be used to repair streets and do specific things. They were never told it would be used primarily or exclusively for salary increases. So even though the law may allow Measure P to be used in pretty elastic ways, the truth of the matter is that there were assurances made. There was a campaign, and some community volunteers worked their tail off telling people the kinds of things that Measure P could be used for and what our oversight role would be. And none of this answers every question. But because this basic fundamental difference does not seem to get communicated to departments, instead we keep getting what to me are obviously general fund requests. We know our general fund is strained, and it's a real problem, but that doesn't rewrite the history of Measure P. Measure P was focused on public works improvements in a variety of different ways. Well, crime prevention was emphasized, services for the unhoused, and there was no talk of a police station, and the council was squeezed and wanted to move forward with the design of the police station. And I believe, in direct contradiction to the campaign, went ahead and approved $1.9 million for design costs. And they're in a tough position. We have to move forward as a city. But if we do what we did with the Measure B funds, we won't get any voter approval for the money necessary for a police station or other revenue measures that we will need in the future. That's me, okay? I can't speak for all the voters, but I think we're not taking these things into account, and I see it in what's itemized for tonight. And so I want it to be clear, it isn't a rejection of any specific proposal or the necessity for it if I do vote no on some things. It's that the voters were promised that Measure P would be used not just if one molecule touched another under those 9 categories, but there were many specific things stated. Our role was overstated, that no bureaucrats or politicians would be making decisions. The Oversight Committee would. I don't know how that can be enforced, but we do have an important role based on what the voters were told. And so this is just my background as we take these things up tonight. And I'm eager to hear all the presentations. I haven't made any final decisions, but there are some real fundamental contradictions in how I think you are being guided to work with us and what we know, some of us, and we all have different views, I'm sure, about the history of Measure P and what the community expects and was promised in the campaign. So I just wanted to provide that background.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, now we'll move on to the action calendar. 10A, adopt a resolution recommending, or in the alternative, not recommending, that the City Council allocate $3.68 million for fiscal year 2025-26 and $5.6 million for fiscal year 26-27 of Measure P funds to pay for a portion of any contract with the Solano County Sheriff for law enforcement services.
Good evening. Is that my cue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Measure P Committee, Oversight Committee members. My tag team partner, Chief Ta, was called away to there's 2 meetings going on. He's at the Police Commission meeting, so over in the Vallejo room. So it's just me, and this is going to be a bit of a collaborative presentation. I know you have many items tonight. I'm going to keep it brief. That is not to detract away from any of the substance, but I know you guys have a lot of things to take up tonight. This is going to be a bit collaborative, as I said. It's going to involve some finance department folks. Randy may get tapped with some city attorney questions. This is a bit of a different presentation. The second presentation I'm going to give was actually a presentation that we submitted for the fiscal year. So this one is a referral from the City Council. So I am here essentially on behalf of the City Council to give basically the same or similar presentation that was given to them, in which they approved to move forward with negotiating with the Solano Sheriff's Office to contract partial police services. So I'll start off with just some backstory. These numbers were changed a bit based upon the finance director. She can fill you in a little bit. Basically, this referral was from the City Council on it says April 12th. I think it was April 8th, actually. The presentation got changed a little bit. So it was actually April 12th, was Saturday. So it was April 8th that the City Council referred this item to the Measure P Oversight Committee to evaluate it for funding. At that time, it was approximately $5.6 million from each fiscal year. This 1 year of contracted services will overlap 2 fiscal years, so that's why there's 2 separate asks. I think in the presentation, she will fill you in a little bit more on how that 5.6 became 3.68. So I will move to the next slide. Just a little bit of background. As many of you know, hopefully everyone knows, that VPD is experiencing significant staffing shortages. In fact, in July of 2023, the city proclaimed a state of local emergency due to public safety staffing. Our hiring has improved modestly, and we are ahead of our projections. We've projected approximately 7 police officers per year. We are currently ahead of that, which is good news, but the gains are modest. So we currently have 83 sworn officers, just swore in 4 on Monday, which is good news. So we currently have 36 vacant positions and 15 frozen positions. This sheriff's contract, in our opinion, at the police department at least, would enhance public safety response and overall public safety services. I do know that the council member liaison did indicate that one of the committee members had a question about how the police services could be enhanced or the response times could be enhanced. What I can tell you is that is an answer that I can't give you factually because there's so many unbelievable amount of variables that are involved, but I can explain the methodology that I used to find that. First of all, let me just say that the sheriff's, as of now, the sheriff has proposed that they would provide 12 hours of coverage 7 days a week. There was some discussion as it relates to what those hours would be. We finally came to a mutual determination that noon to midnight would be probably the most beneficial use of those deputies. That's when most of the calls for service happen. That's when the most police service is needed. As you can imagine, as we get into the later, early morning hours, there's less activity. There's still crime, but there's less activity. So that would be 7 days a week. And what's being proposed is that they want to take the part of the city that is already partly sheriff's jurisdiction, unincorporated Vallejo. So that is down in the South Vallejo area. So the proposition was to take beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. And just for context, I know this, but to make sure you guys know this, there's actually 8 police beats. So that would leave beats 5, 6, 7, and 8 that's basically everything north of Georgia Street would be to the Vallejo Police Department. Now let me just explain that our current patrol division is staffed with 42 officers. There is 9 officers on the field training program, so that's good because potentially in somewhat coming months, we may potentially have 51 officers on patrol. But currently, we only have 42 that we're working with. We currently have 5 patrol squads. Those squads are staffed with anywhere from 7 to 10 officers each. As you can imagine, though, not every officer comes to work every single day. They might be at training, they might be sick, there might be a vacation day. So the number of officers varies. If we get to a point where we need overtime, we try to offer overtime to patrol officers to get to that maximum number. So, for instance, if there's on Squad 4, which is the graveyard shift on the weekends, if there's only 7 officers that are showing up that day, we will offer to 3 officers to come work overtime. We don't always fill all 3. We don't require them to, but we will fill up to a maximum of 3, just to kind of give you that methodology. So if there's 7 to 10 officers per team, in theory, for during this 12-hour period of noon to midnight, we, in theory, would only minimally need 4 officers to handle the beats 5, 6, 7, and 8. The other 6 deputies that they're proposing that come during that 12-hour period would handle the other beats. So there would be potentially some overtime savings there, or if we had more officers that showed up, say all 7 officers showed up for it, that would be 3 additional officers on top of the 4 beats that we could use to double up officers in particular beats. They could be used to conduct traffic enforcement. They can be used to conduct special details. So there is some good, innovative things we could use those officers for. But bringing 6 deputies on during that 12-hour period of time is basically an 28 to 30% increase in our overall patrol staff of the 42. So using that methodology, you could argue that our average response times would, in theory, drop. For the sake of math, let's call it 30%. We could, in theory, drop our calls for service response time to 30%. I can't guarantee that. I don't know that. It all depends on what is going on that particular day, what the nature of the call is, et cetera. But that is something that I know that was asked of us to provide, explain to you the methodology behind what I think could happen. What I think we will be able to do, though, is once we get into, if this is something that moves forward, one month compared to the second month, compared to the third month. You could then start having month-to-month comparisons. You can make improvements or shifts from there.
Excuse me, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to clarify. If there is an emergency and the officers covering the non-SO zones are all occupied on a call, a deputy policing, is it zones 1 through 4, would respond to that emergency even if it's in another part of the city, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
and I'll get to that later in the presentation. So next slide, Manny. I did cover some of this already in kind of my monologue there. The benefits that were presented to the City Council on the 8th were saving overtime costs, obviously is a benefit to this, contracting these services for this period of time. There will be more officers on the street, ultimately. It will increase visible patrols, potentially deterring crime. We already have gotten assistance from the California Highway Patrol. We've gotten a ton of feedback from community members that say they see police cars much more frequently. Some people know that it's CHP. Sometimes people just see a police car and they don't know what agency it is. So whether it's the Sheriff's Department, whether it's CHP or a Vallejo police car, that increase of visible presence would be occurring if we contracted with these services. As I had mentioned before, if there is officers over and above of the 4 that need to cover those particular Vallejo beats, they're all Vallejo beats, but just for the sake of explanation, you could do other things like traffic enforcement, special details. Something that was also very important to, I know some council members it could potentially lessen the burnout rate of our current Vallejo police officers because we are asking them to work an extremely high amount of overtime that is not sustainable. It's arguably beyond sustainable at this point. So that would be something to where that would be a nice opportunity for those officers to take a breath, spend some time with their families, do something on their off time. And to your point, committee member, this would allow us to respond to major events jointly, whether it's a sideshow, a large-scale tactical event, a shooting. They could assist us with perimeters and different things. So it would be more uniformed police officers at our disposal. Now, with those benefits do come sometimes drawbacks, which is we need to figure out how we're going to talk on the same radio frequency, things like that. So those logistics have been discussed, but you don't really want to go that far into the operational details until we know if this is something that's actually going to materialize. Next slide. There is a list of several questions, I think there's 12, that were listed on the staff report with the subsequent answers. Hopefully you were able to review those. Those were a variety of questions that were posed by either the city council, city staff, that were posed to the sheriff's office. They related to topics such as data sharing, stats, and how we're going to get those and keep track of those. There's some crime reporting mechanisms that we're required to do by the state and the federal government when the sheriff's department is taking crime reports, how we're going to share those statistics. There's some challenges there that we'll have to figure out. How the personnel are going to be assigned and the different issues associated to that. There was some discussion with the sheriff and questions about policy considerations, whose policies would they follow. There is obviously a meet and confer bargaining aspect to this, both with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and with the Vallejo Police Officers Association that still needs to occur. There's the cost issue, partly why we're here today. There's also a myriad of deployment and logistical considerations that would have to be discussed and ironed out when you merge 2 completely separate law enforcement agencies. A lot of the things we do are similar, but a lot of these things we do are very nuanced and different. Not in terms of the way we apply the law or the way we apply police work, but it's the computers in our cars, it's the radios that we talk on, it's the call signs that we use, the things that we do on a day in, day out basis that allow us to react quickly to events. It's that consistency and standard operating procedure that do allow for that. Integrating 2 teams, two agencies can be done. It's done in other places, but there is definitely challenges associated to that. And then obviously some questions were asked of the sheriff about payment terms and what the different options were for that. So that's all that information is in your staff report.
Excuse me if I'm not very capable of reading my own handwriting, and so if I can ask a question while you touch on a point, I'd be grateful rather than wait till the end. Mm-hmm. It has taken over 5 years And I've been told multiple times that meet and confer was a key reason for the delay, and we still don't have an independent police auditor. It took years for a Police Oversight Commission ordinance to come forward after it was recommended by our own auditor and then required by the Department of Justice. How is it possible that we will be able to conclude meet and confer with the VPOA within less than a year or 2 years? Because we've never done it before, to my knowledge.
That is obviously that's a legal question in
Yeah.
terms of procedure, but I will say, in this instance, it will be two labor groups that will meet and confer. We'll have to go,
Right.
we will have to concur with our labor group, and the county will have to meet and confer with their labor group.
That's correct. So it would be basically a two-pronged approach. The county's meeting with their association, we're meeting with ours. I can't tell you, board member, how long that's going to take. I don't know. The law says we have to meet and confer with them till there's no chance that we're going to get anywhere. That's kind of a subjective determination, and it's also things that unions sometimes fight about. So if we say that, hey, we're done meeting and conferring with you, we think it's time to go to impasse, and they can turn around and say, no, we have more to talk about, and that's actually something that they can take to PERB, that, hey, we cut them off and meet and confer, that they had more to talk about. So, it's kind of a little bit of a moving target. I wish I could tell you something that was more positive, but I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's not an easy process all the time. I don't know also at this point who are going to be involved in the negotiations on the union side. That can make a big difference. So there may be new people, I don't know. It just depends on when we get to it.
Okay, next slide. This information came from the city attorney, so I don't want to obviously speak on your behalf, but there was a question that was posed to the sheriff, what are the risk concerns? So there was liability costs that were estimated and applied, and insurance and risk costs that were applied. That is on page 4 and 5 of your staff report, where that methodology is lined out and discussed. Basically, what was said is, claims and liability expenses are a certainty anytime you're engaging in law enforcement services. There's no reason to believe that the Solano deputies would be any difference. So based upon the amount of deputies, the city attorney estimated and they recommended that approximately $554,000 be budgeted for liability payments, and $300,000 for expenses associated with litigation defense. And anything beyond that, I'll probably refer to Randy for answers. Next slide. Okay, Reka, you're up.
Thank you, DC Knight. Good evening. So this is briefly going over what we had presented to council, and the top half is the term sheet that the county had sent to us, and it is pretty high level. It was what they had sent us in December. And in the term sheet, they had said the total cost is $11.2 million over a calendar year, and that's why we're calling it 2 fiscal years, because the program is supposed to start in somewhere around January of 2026, and it'll go on for the whole year, which will cover 2 fiscal years. So initially, on April 8th, which that date was correct, we had presented to council for the first half of the fiscal year or the calendar year. So for the coming fiscal year, that is 25-26, we had said it's approximately $5.6 million. That is half of $11.2 million that the total county has said. So council had asked us to come up with ideas. The general fund is pretty tight, but we found that in our general liability fund, we have funding available, and so we said that any of the liability costs that are there on the term sheet would justify using the liability fund. And that's why we said, as per the term sheet, there is $1.9 million as the cost, and so we said that we can pay from the general liability fund. That's why we said $1.9 million. And the balance, we were saying, if Measure P could help with that. The interest component for Measure P, I have to say that For 23-24 and 23-24, we missed to put the journal entry from general fund to Measure P fund for the interest. And so that entry we will be putting in 24-25, which is whatever balance that is left as unused of Measure P fund, we proportionately, whatever has accrued as of the end of the year as interest is what we will be putting towards Measure P. So we don't have the exact number that we will know as of year end, but we are estimating it based on the balance available. It'll be about 1.7 million. So we were proposing that 1.7 million of the interest could be used for this, and the balance is the actual fund, which is the 1.9 million. So this is this was presented to council on April 12th during our study session, and that is when council made a motion of saying to make a referral of allocating an additional 5.6 million for the next fiscal year, that is 26-27, from Measure P. And that's why there is that odd number of 9.3 million, of which half of it is of 26-27 and the balance is 25-26. I hope I did not confuse you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where's the startup cost? So the startup costs are 1.44 million. I don't see those listed anywhere.
That is all built into the 11.2 million. So when we get the total, the detailed term sheet from the county, at that time we will start, pricing that out. We hadn't got all the details yet. This was pretty high level, the term sheet that they have given us. But you asked a very good question. Yes, we had also asked them that, we have to buy cars and uniforms and all the fun stuff.
If I could ask one question that is relevant, but not directly on point. I heard at one of the recent council member meetings, senior staff tell the council that there's no difference between general fund and Measure P funds except the way they're tracked. Did I hear that correctly?
Well,
but did I hear that correctly?
Probably,
Even though
yes.
I did hear it correctly. I think that, along with the statement that Measure P funds can be used for salaries, is extremely controversial and complicated, and it wasn't explained in a comprehensive way, and it wasn't the purpose of the meeting, I understand, but I see it as an attempt to use Measure P for any general fund purpose that staff would like. That's how I respond to those, so I just want to point out that I would appreciate if there's more nuance, because I think it creates division between us and departments. When I was involved in the campaign, as was Councilmember Matias, not nearly as actively as he was, or former Vice Mayor Loera Diaz, but I know what voters were told. I signed the ballot argument. Those things are guardrails, and we will not get future revenue approved by voters if they can point to a wide array of uses that were not envisioned. And so I do think we need to be very cautious and always be clear and nuanced. So that's a request. Thank you.
So now I have another question. Why are we buying them uniforms? Why wouldn't they just use their own uniforms?
So what's going to happen is this law was passed that allows the Solano Sheriff's Department to hire retired annuitants beyond the 960 hours. They can hire them full-time. So they have to hire a whole complement of new staff that are retired annuitants that will take the place of the deputies that are working the active assignments at Solano County so that they can come work at the city of Vallejo. So that way, there's been some confusion on that. The retired annuitants are not going to come work at the city of Vallejo. They're going to work at the jobs like in the court system, in transportation. So the thought being all this new staff that they have to hire because of this contract, they have to buy those people uniforms. So it's basically the startup cost for the annuitants because the active deputies are going to be coming down. The 12 active deputies are going to come down to Vallejo. So confusing though, I understand.
The beats that you said they currently cover are beats 1, 2, 3, and 4?
You guys want me to finish up the last two slides and then we could start rolling into questions? So this is just a wrap-up slide talking about timelines that were presented to the City Council. So again, April 8th is the day. So we're here on behalf of the referral from the City Council to find funds so that allow the city staff to continue negotiating with the Solano Sheriff's Office to get these contract services moving. Identifying a funding source that was discussed at the April 8th City Council meeting. The referral to come and present before Measure P was given, and hence why we are here. Also, there's some high-level timelines for you to be aware of. Another typo. That this is going to be considered by the County Board of Supervisors on May 6th, not 3rd. So it's May 6th. That's coming up, I think, next Tuesday, right? So that is in which the County Board of Supervisors is going to consider whether or not to allow the sheriff to continue negotiating on the terms of this contract. And then again, as we've already discussed, the meet and confer with 2 separate labor groups has to occur. The estimate on this presentation was 1 to 2 months. That's probably a optimistic estimate, but I think within that very short period of time, you are going to find out whether or not those individual labor groups are adamantly opposed to it. So you're going to know what you're in for pretty quickly. Then finally, which is kind of to your point, Mr. Presenio, is the Sheriff's Department has to hire the people. They have to train the annuitants. They have to get them outfitted with equipment and all those type of things. That's going to take a bit of time. So we are essentially, by the time they do that, and when and if we were to implement the program, this law sunsets January 1st, 2027. So if we start this in January to March, we're running out of time for them to allow those retired annuitants to work full time. So this discussion has gone on for such a period of time that we're almost at the end of that law, which allows the sheriff the ability to provide these services. So last slide. Then this is the slide that is asking for this committee to approve Measure P funding, and the number is now $9.3 million. That's not the full cost, but that is what would be needed from those accounts, as it was explained. So that's the end of the presentation, and I'm sure there is questions for some of us.
Can you go back to the schedule slide?
I want to let the committee know one other variable that's out there. This, of course, also all has to get the approval of the Department of Justice under our settlement agreement. So that's another variable that I can't give you an answer how long that would take or what would happen there.
On that issue, I recommend that the city invite Supervisor James to participate in a direct conversation with the Department of Justice team.
My question is, there's discussions, between the two entities, right? Is there a thought that might break down and it might not go forward?
Can you direct me to the part you're referencing?
Meet and confer discussions with the DSA and the VP.
Of course. Yes, the answer is yes. That could either break down, it can delay, it can cause a myriad of issues. There is no shortage of pain points here and pitfalls of where this process can go, this being one of them. So I'm here just trying to present the facts and the potential benefits that this could come. Again, on a very short term. This is just for 1 year or potentially less, depending on when it could be implemented, of services. Something is not in the presentation, but I think is important to note is there has to be a commitment on behalf of the city that while we contract these enhanced services for a short period of time, we have to really commit as a city to building back the Vallejo Police Department.
Absolutely.
That is something that is important to me because we want to build back a full-service police department. This is just a stopgap term of a period of time that, in theory, could give some release to the officers and give some relief to the community, where they actually, when they call the police, an officer can respond in a timely manner and not pen for these unacceptable response times. When officers come to work for 10 hours, we have a kind of a cliche joke that say, you come for 10, stay for 16, that's hours, right? So they come for their 10-hour shift, oftentimes they're either forced or volunteer to stay over up to a maximum of 6 additional hours. When you're there for that period of time, looking at the calls for service that are pending that are 28 calls, 46 calls, the most I saw was 119 calls for service pending. In my career, I've been at this department for 27 6 years, I've never seen that level of call volume. So we have to do something. Today we're presenting this item, but I think that's just for context that that's kind of why we're here, asking for this short period of help.
So my next question goes to you. What happens if we say no, no funds? I mean, where would the money come from? There's no money.
Well, yes, they could take it from the reserves. We have 2 months of reserves that the city always maintains. So if the council really wants to go forward, they'd have to take it from the reserves. Or they could take it from the reserves, not
Right.
have to.
And then going back to you, because you're so lucky, you know, I totally agree, building up the Vallejo Police Department and such. I would love to see it get so granular that they're pulling people over because they do a California stop right through the stop signs. Because if people think that they're being pulled over for the slightest things, the bigger things probably won't come or not be as quick to come to Vallejo. So that's it.
So you said a few things that I want to touch on. One was that there is a period of time after midnight that is not like you're talking about the 12 hours time the sheriff would be on duty. After midnight, less crime, less popular. I don't know exactly what you said. So what happens when there are crimes and emergencies after midnight? How does VPD respond? And how does the not having the sheriff during those hours impact the community?
So, well, right now, we don't have the sheriff's department at all, right? So the Vallejo Police Department staffs with that 42 complement of officers to spread throughout the patrol division. All 5 squads have a varying number of officers that are assigned to them, like I said, between 7 and 10. During the late night hours, when the swing shift goes home, just the graveyard, we call it graveyard, overnight patrol officers handle all emergencies, all calls for service. After midnight, it's not that activity stops, clearly, but there is less people out on the road, out and about, there is less call volume. But after midnight, when the sheriff's department leaves, now Vallejo would now be responsible for all 8 police beats.
So it still feels concerning to me because you're saying that after midnight, there's less volume, less calls, basically more opportunity for the VPD to take calls and respond to calls that come in, right? But we, this week, have an individual who was presumably shot at about right before 3 o'clock in the morning. There was no response. Then the body was found at about 6 a.m. on the same block that a shot was reported to Vallejo. Now we have somebody laying in the street dying for 3 hours during the low, volume time. So what happens if we don't have sheriff right now? Great, but we're not going to have sheriff during that time anyways. So again. And you made a comment, and I'm sorry, this is probably rude, come for 10, stay for 16. That person was not a resident of Vallejo, so they came for a visit, and now they're staying for eternity. They don't get to go home, right? And what's kind of insult to injury is that they died in front of Sutter Hospital, essentially, right? So VPD missed an opportunity to respond for shots fired. The person was in close proximity, walking distance to a hospital, and they were found 3 hours later. I mean, these are the kind of things that really happen in this town. And like I said earlier, I live here, right? I'm accountable to my community members. People see me in Safeway. People call me on the phone or on social media. What's going on? I live here, and I know you do too, right? I know you're a community member too. I know you get this. But when we're looking at these types of requests, these are the real incidents that occur here that cross my mind. It's not all about statistics and data and money. It's about the lives that are being lost and the lost opportunities that we have. So those are real things that, I want to really better understand, like, are there really, okay, there's less crime or there's less volume of calls, but there's also less response? That doesn't make sense to me.
Let me, so first of all, I'll address what you first said, and then let me just give a hypothetical scenario. First of all, what happened that you described is incredibly tragic, right? Incredibly tragic. And that happens far too often in the city of Vallejo, that people are killed by gun violence or violence in general. Then we were talking about the level of police service that's provided. The hypothetical is, if the sheriff's department during this period of time was here from noon to midnight, potentially at midnight and beyond, those officers that are still on duty would not be all tied up handling the unreasonable amount of workload that they were handling from the day's work. Maybe they would be more caught up and be out patrolling. That's in theory. That's what I'm saying in theory. Maybe they would be available to respond to every single call when there is an incident that they would be. That is, in theory, hypothetically, what the help would provide, that those officers that are working overnight would not be handling all the paperwork from the day earlier or handling the calls that were stacked up throughout the day. I just want to kind of give an idea of what the thought process is behind the methodology of it. That doesn't take away from the incident. That doesn't take away what could or could not have been done differently. That's just a hypothetical scenario that when you have more workers during the busy times, in theory, there's not that backlog of calls for service that have to now get handled late at night. Oftentimes, I'll give you another example, it's not really hypothetical, but somebody may call the police at 8 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, noon, and at 3 or 4 o'clock, a graveyard police officer goes and knocks on their door. And a lot of times people say, never mind, I don't want to answer your door. That's not good police service. Maybe with more assistance of uniformed officers handling the calls, I'm hoping that would be much less frequent. Just trying to address your point of that.
Yeah, I understand, and I understand the process, I understand the history, but I just also want to acknowledge that a family, right, if there's a report of shots fired at 3 o'clock in the morning, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, shouldn't be getting a call from one of your detectives being informed that their family member is deceased, right? Like, that's a small window too. Like, we need to keep these things in mind. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to the funding of this. Committee members, if you see this colorful budget that we have right here, the last column, the pink column, $27 million budgeted inception to date. That does not include the asks of today. So if I add this 9.2 to the 27, I get 36. Now, if you refer to this other sheet titled Measure P Revenue Actuals as of 4/27/25, actual revenue that the city has collected is only 33 million. So by recommending the funding, the complete funding for this request, we are budgeting in a deficit of $3 million. Like, we're already budgeting and we're accounting for money we don't even have. And so, unfortunately, our council members have, walked out of the room for a moment. So this is a question I will ask them again. But safety is a priority in this city. And there are a number of these projects that Measure P has recommended that don't have any expenditures. So my question is the council willing to put pause on any of these projects that haven't started, have money encumbered and reserved to try to fund this so that way Measure P isn't walking into a deficit? Because I don't think that the city should be budgeting in a deficit, but that is years and decades of decisions that have been made. Measure P has only been around for a short time. We don't need to put ourselves in this financial position right now. So my comment is really not, against or this particular ask. It's just about a funding consideration. How do we budget Measure P funds a little bit better and a little bit wiser? If I add up all of the requests that are going to come between this meeting and our next meeting on May 6th, if they all were approved, we're budgeting up into $50 million, and we only have 33 received. I mean, that seems a little ridiculous to me. So I will ask this again when the council members come in, if they would consider bringing that back to council to, consider moving around. I just feel like if we can find money in other buckets from other parts of the general fund to fund different things, then we can probably use that exercise with the Measure P.
Sorry, Chair, if I can clarify, you're looking at it on a cash basis, but when we do the budgets for a city, when we are doing fiscal year 25-26, we know that the revenue is only going to come in, whether it's sales tax that comes every month or it's property tax that comes twice in a year. So, for instance, the property tax, if we look at it right now, when the council passed the budget, we would have got none of that cash. Then the cash comes in December, it then comes in April, and then a catch-up in May. So that.
But my point is, for Measure P, we don't know how much sales tax that we're going to collect.
Oh, yes, we do.
I didn't know that we could anticipate that. We know exactly how much money that the city of Vallejo is going to earn in tax revenue to budget this far in advance. I thought that that was something that we've all kind of had up in the air. We have like a projected amount of maybe $18 million per year, but we're also projecting revenue downturn with other economic indicators and factors. That's what my understanding was.
Yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, that is where my comment is coming from. We do not control the revenue. Like, we're not out there selling services and products as the city of Vallejo, as like a corporation, right? So we don't really have that much control over how much revenue comes in, and we're budgeting way beyond. So we should really be looking at this with the cash in mind. What could we have 33 million in cash. What could we do with that? Why are we thinking so far ahead and budgeting into a deficit is my question. We don't know that we're going to get this.
No.
You're going to keep coming to us with requests. So when does it stop?
Oh, no, I'm not arguing anything about, I'm just saying the way we budget for revenue, year after year, we get for sales tax, we get our numbers from our vendor, who is HDL. They do it up and down the coast, and they give us the total sales tax, not just Measure P, because we are getting our Bradley Burns, we get our Measure B, and we get our Measure P. So they give us projections for the coming year, and of course they give us for 5 years, but we know that's not. But at least for the coming year, they look at economic trends and they give us that number. And at mid-year, we usually come back and we say, yes, this trend is continuing as it is, or no, we are seeing a downturn. So it is a ballpark figure. We are not expecting it to, like, tomorrow if the complete recession comes, or like it happened in 2008, yes, I cannot predict that. But citywide, when we are talking about the total budget for the city of 150 million, that is how we do the projection for the coming budget.
So, if I'm understanding it correctly, let's say it's 18 million, right? Let me make it even, 20 million, right? And even if we're projecting the next, it's going to be 20 million, well, what I'm seeing is that we're even getting requests over what that projection would be.
So the current requests that are coming in are all for the coming fiscal year, for 25-26, that we will include in the adopted budget that we will be presenting to council. So that 18 million that we are saying is for the next year, and the asks that are coming in, that's also for next year. There is nothing for the current year for 24-25 in this budget.
Okay, so my next question, so what I was, but because I'm probably still not getting any understanding, and maybe, well, I'm pretty sure that just in different language I'm saying the same thing. as Jasmine, our chair, but the answer is going to be the same from you, and so I'm not going to have an understanding. So my next question will go to you. So what I heard you say earlier was that they would be covering beat 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct?
Correct.
What beats do they currently cover?
They don't work for us. Yeah. The beats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 are covered by the Vallejo Police Department. Those are Vallejo Police beats.
Oh, I thought you said something about they already covered an area.
So there is areas of Vallejo that are already unincorporated. That's like the strip of, for example, Benicia Road from Solano Avenue to the freeway. That little strip of roadway is, and the little off streets from there it's what's considered unincorporated Vallejo, so the Sheriff's Department patrols that area. There's some other areas off of Benicia Road and some other particular areas. Those aren't Vallejo police beats because that's Sheriff's jurisdiction. But there's only 2 deputies that are assigned each day to those areas. This would be separate and above to cover actually Vallejo police beats.
Okay.
We face so much uncertainty in the economy, and we haven't reviewed the draft contract with the Sheriff's Department, but how does it address, for example, the risk of rising contributions to the retirement plan for the deputies when the rate of return isn't what had been assumed, and are the costs of the patrol cars that will be purchased rapidly escalating? How fixed is the price for the contract?
So as far as the unfunded liability, they are salaried by the county, and so the city is not picking up that portion of it. And then as far as the cars are concerned, I believe right now in the term sheet it is they are purchasing it, but I don't think the details of that has come in yet. So because this term sheet was as of December, and so it's after they go in May, I'm sure we're going to get a more clarified term sheet.
A higher cost in all likelihood, but we'll see.
Hopefully not. Yes, but you're right. Yeah.
Chief Knight, I have some fundamental questions in my belief. So essentially, the ask is, if we don't think about the law enforcement, it is hiring a contractor for a year and a half or 2 to help fill something that is not working out right now for the city due to lack of enough police officers and staff. So if that is the case, the fundamental question is, how many full-time paid positions are we budgeted for the 25-26 budget year? And how many actual police officers are actually working? We had asked this question before, and I don't think we ever got a full answer. It was a number of words that confused us. That is, if we have budgeted, let's say, $50 million for the police, for 100 positions, I'm just making these numbers up, 50 million, 100 police officers, but we only have 50 officers on duty. What happens to the $50 million, the portion of which that does not go to salaries, was the question we had asked before. So where's that money? And could that money not pay for some of this? I mean, I'm not against whatsoever, I'm not rejecting or objecting the idea of increasing the law enforcement presence and activity, and also relieve some of our own staff who are overworked. But I just want to understand, how does the logic work? If we're not using all the money that we budgeted for, how come we're asking for Measure P funds to pay for this?
I want to throw out there that I think we should use the $500,000 for the Extreme Weather Center towards the sheriff's contract. I mean, we haven't used it. We've been talking about it. There hasn't been a lot of action. So I would really suggest that this committee consider, and council member, if you have any feedback for us, but safety is a priority. And by the sounds of it, there's a lot of people involved who are ready to make this happen for our community now. And we've been discussing the Extreme Weather Center for over a year without any action. So I just found $500,000 that we can help, fund this. And I'm going to keep going through our little budget sheet here to give other suggestions. I'm not against this project at all.
Can I ask a question? So we have the Measure P revenue actuals, right? And the top 3 lines show what was budgeted and what the total was, which was 35.9 million or 36 million. Below that, with the month, shows the actuals, correct? This one. Right, that's all I'm looking for. So as of February, we had 33.5 million, right? Without, you can expect probably another 4.8 million or 4.4 million coming in, which is going to bring our total to, what did I say it was? Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's going to be about 38 million we're going to have in revenue. Right? So now if we go over to the pink sheet, the blue column is what everybody has requested. Right. And that's 50 million. But this really doesn't mean anything to us other than it's a good record of keep. The pink area is what we approved, whether they've spent it or not. That equals 27 million. So I believe we have money.
The blue column, the last 2 columns,
Mhm.
today's ask of 11 million, and the ask that we're going to receive 2 weeks from now, which is another 12 million. So within 2 months.
Microphone, please. I'm sorry.
So by looking at this, within the next 2 weeks, we're going to add 11 million and then another 12 million to this 27 million. We're being asked to recommend 11 million today.
But those are expenses for 25, 26. They're not planning to spend it in this fiscal year. So those asks that is in the pipeline, they're all for after July 1st.
Excellent point. Thank you. So what she's saying is we need to add in the columns for 25, 26 and add in the anticipated revenue on top of that. Then that would really give you the full amount that you have to spend.
Did you get this sheet? There was a third sheet in the email.
There's a lot of sheets.
No, this one, which says Measure P budget.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, so that one's showing a cumulative as of end of 24-25, and then the third column is showing 25-26.
Right. So we anticipate having another $18.7 million that's going to enter into our budget for 25, 26.
Committee member Tibet, I wanted to answer your question if you are so inclined. There's an operational answer to the question in terms of the number of officers, and there's a fiscal component. The operational answer is, as I had reported, we have 83 sworn police officers today. We are authorized 129 police officers. Of those 129, 31 of those positions are vacant, and 15% of those are frozen. I hope that's pretty close to what the budget book says. Now, there's a dollar amount associated to that. I don't know.
So if I can clarify that, historically, when the city did the city-wide budget for general fund, we would use vacancy savings to balance the budget. And in 25-26, as per council's direction, we are going to change that. And whatever the vacancies are, we are allocating that to each department. So previously, what used to happen was if there's any savings that is generated by the police department, it was used to balance the city-wide budget. That's what used to help with the fund balance. And then on the staff report, there are two tables, because council had asked the same question that you have asked. And so we had provided in 23-24 and 22-23 what was done with the vacancies and the savings in the police department. So that is the two tables that we provided. So in 22-23, what had happened was 2 million, of the whole savings, 2 million they had asked us to keep aside for retention and recruitment for the police department, so that they are still working on that policy that has been set aside. An additional 2 million was set aside to for the COLA for police department that was being negotiated at that time. That was in 22-23. In 23-24, the vacancy saving was used towards balancing the budget.
Yeah, I find that very interesting and distressing. It's a disservice to the police department and what they could do, they would be doing by taking that money that was allocated to them because it's not used and giving it to other departments. So is this a policy practice that's in place?
I mean, it's usually cities do use the salary savings as at a citywide level to balance. It's just that in other cities the vacancy is not so high, so it's not such a big number. But we are correcting that in 25-26, and the vacancy in police we are putting in the police department, and we'll start tracking that.
Perfect, thank you.
Chair, would you like Councilmember Matias to come forward?
Sure, thank you.
Sure, you guys are not going to want to see me after this month. So, on the math, the simple answer is the math ain't mathing, meaning we are not bringing in as much revenue as we should be bringing in. So we've been using accounting and math gimmicks to balance the budget. It's unacceptable, and it shouldn't continue. I know that the finance team is doing a lot of work to correct that on a go-forward basis, but we essentially have a chicken and the egg problem. And what I mean by that is that when we're having conversations with possible business owners, you talk about national chains that are interested in looking at Vallejo or developers, what they essentially tell us is, yeah, you guys have a safety issue. You don't have any officers on the ground, and so I'm actually concerned about putting this level of investment into your community considering the level of crime that you have. And so we see this as an opportunity, and I'll talk about the financing piece in a second, to really, at its core, change the reputation that our city has, improve the quality of life, most importantly, with our residents, and highlight to folks that they can come do business here because we're urgently and appropriately taking care of our public safety, I just came out of a meeting before I came here with a developer who said that to me. And so it's an imperfect, unfortunately, solution to what is a very complex problem that has gone unaddressed for many years. Now, when it comes to the financing, since January, since we were sworn in, we've been asking a lot of questions about the budget. I think I've mentioned to you guys in the past, there's another sales tax measure that was passed many years ago. And that sales tax measure has, and Rika probably already knows it because I've mentioned it like 17 times. There's $250,000 for graffiti abatement set aside in that sales tax measure. So I'm like, what is that money going towards? Why can't we use that to pay for something like this? I'm still trying to get to the bottom of it, and yet I still have the same problem confronted in front of me that I have to solve this issue that is like really impacting our community in terms of the lives we're losing, right? The businesses that are not setting up shop here. And I think that if we were to really deal with our safety, and this is just for a 1-year period, right? Because it runs out on January 1st, 2027. That's when the legislation will expire. Then that's going to signal to folks that Vallejo is serious. And I hope that at that point there will be many different projects that will materialize, and that will lead to more revenue. And then that, by extension, can fund services and hopefully stop the current over-reliance on Measure P dollars, which is part of the frustration that I hear you guys expressing and that I share and that I've vocalized in council meetings. So I hope that adds additional flavor, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
I have, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's for you or for you. So if this is through January of 2027, so it's for fiscal year 2026, 27, what's the 25, 26 ask then?
25, 26 is 3.6 million.
No, I mean, I see the 56 million on both. For fiscal year 2025 to 2026, the total is 5.6, and for 2026, 2027, for Measure P, the request is 5.6. So if this is only going to be for that 1 year, why are we asking for 2 fiscal years? Am I missing something?
Yeah, the city year runs from July 1st through June 30th. So the 25-26 would cover essentially that first half of 2026.
So it looks like in the write-up, it says 3.68 million for 25-26.
Okay.
And 5.6 million in 26-27.
Is that true? So, well, why would it read like this on this paper that I'm looking at?
Because it's confusing.
No, I mean, the dollar amount, if it should be I get it's 3.6 million. No, hold on. I get it's the ask for Measure P is 3.6 million, right?
25, 26.
Right.
And
But you're saying in this same ask, 1.9 is coming from general fund
liability, yes.
of that same year.
Yes,
And that total is 5.6?
correct.
And if it's only going from, what month it start?
January of 2026 to June 2026.
January 2026 to June 2026.
Yes,
6 months.
yes.
Right. But the dollar amount is, the ask is the same.
So here's the distinction. So 2 things. It's 1 year of service from the sheriff's office, right? So that's 2026. For 25-26, what the finance team has identified is that they're going to use 1.9 million that's on the fund reserve liability. So they're not accounting for that same line item in the 26-27 budget. What they're saying essentially is we can't count to you, we're not recommending that we use the 1.9 million that we're recommending that you use this coming year, next year. We're actually recommending that you use the full 5.7 from Measure P. Is that correct?
And if I could add, the 1.9 million is for general liability, and we are taking it from the general liability fund. It's very specific. We cannot pay anything else from the general liability fund.
Would it be correct to then say that we're using 2 fiscal years revenue to pay for 1 year of service? So the service actually is like $10 million, including liability, etc. Is that correct?
No. We will be using 2 fiscal year revenues to pay for services which will be over 2 fiscal years. It just happens to be in 1 calendar year, because the calendar year runs from January to December. The fiscal year is running from July to June. So it's covering 2 fiscal years.
Just for simplicity.
It is what you
How
said.
much are we going to pay? Yeah, how much are we going to pay Solano Sheriff's Office for 1 year of service?
1 calendar year of service will be 11.2 million.
Okay, it would have been great if you had just put that in the beginning of the explanation. Again, we're going back and forth with details, just we would have seen that.
For our police officer. We're bringing in 12 sheriffs, correct?
12 deputies.
12 deputies.
2 sergeants, 1 lieutenant, and I believe 2 dispatchers are the FTE
To cover
position.
the year 2026, the midnight shift. What is, or what have the Vallejo PD done or is in process of doing when this project is over? How will they continue to make our streets safe when we no longer have this service?
That's a good point, and that's why I really wanted to emphasize at the end of the presentation about there has to be a commitment at the city level to really commit to building back our police department. I think that comes from a recruitment retention bonus program that has been in the works for quite some time. That comes with our continued recruitment efforts. We're projecting 7 officers per year that we can hire. We're already ahead of that projection. So we at the
How
police...
many officers have been hired this year?
I don't have that number right in front of me. We're ahead of the, we're ahead of the 7 projection. We have 9 in FTO, so we're ahead of our 7 projection. We are on, the chief gives a presentation to the council every 60 days. We have hiring projections that we've given that allow us to do a certain thing, like create what's called a POP team, a problem-oriented police team, that can go out and handle myriad of crime problems in Vallejo. We are still on track to open that in the summer. When the sheriff comes, that would just increase our ability to deploy those officers that won't necessarily previously were assigned to a beat. Now, if half the beats are being covered, we could use those officers, if there's some extras officers that day, to do other things. But we still, that's a valid and great point, that if we don't commit to building back the police department during this year period, after a year's done, we're going to be back to the service that we had before. So that commitment has to be there. It has to be a part of this effort.
If I may, I have an appetite for information. So if I'm understanding things correctly, to make a sound, informed decision, Chief had said that 12 officers, 1 sergeant, and 1 or 2 dispatchers from the county. Is that correct?
I think it's 17 total, so it's 1 lieutenant. This would be the complement of deputies. Let's call them deputies, officers. Sometimes that helps distinct, right, of what we're talking about. The sheriff's office would dedicate 17 full-time employees. That would be, make sure the math adds up, that 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 12 deputies, and 2 dispaters.
Okay.
Does that equal 17? Okay. That's what they're offering to contract.
My chair just informed me that the $11 million also includes purchase of vehicles that we get to keep afterwards. How much do the vehicles cost? I mean, what I'm trying to understand, wrap my head around, again, I'm not objecting this offer. I just want to understand to make an informed decision. We're putting out $11 million to have 17 people come and assist our police department. And so we need to subtract the cost of the vehicles. That's almost $500,000 per.
So it was an attachment to the staff report, is the non-binding term sheet. If you go to page 3, it talks about the service vehicles. The sheriff proposed that he indicated he will need to purchase 8 vehicles and fully outfit those vehicles. That's an estimated cost. As Mr. Farrell mentioned, that's subject to change because this happened in December. $981,000 vehicle maintenance and fuel to have those deputies using those vehicles and maintaining those vehicles, $269,000. In-car video and be able to outfit them with in-car videos, $25,000 for approximately $1.2 million. One of the things to note that is a footnote is these vehicles are going to be Solano Sheriff's vehicles. They don't look like our vehicles. They're different. They're going to be outfitted with their equipment, with their computers, sorry. They have offered as part of this to buy those vehicles back. So that will be some money returned, potentially, is they are going to want to keep those vehicles because they're outfitted to be Solano Sheriff's vehicles. So there is some cost savings that, if you look at this term sheet, there is cost savings. I don't say cost savings, that's probably not the right term, but there's money that we're going to be putting out that we will get in return. Any of the liability money that is not used, that money comes back to us. So the 11.2 million isn't a full 11.2. We leave and it never comes back. But I'm just wanted to explain that from a layperson's perspective. I know if you did it, it'd be confusing.
Yeah, so let's just say we move this forward, sheriff comes on board. The cop cars are about $1 million and change, and then no lawsuits, God willing. It's in the term sheet. What you're essentially looking at, if you're doing a back of the envelope analysis, is like a $7 million expense. If all goes according to plan, the monies get returned, they buy back the vehicles, you're looking at about 7 to 8 million.
How much depreciation will there be on the patrol cars? I mean, will we get 40% back, or what's the range? And they tend to get into accidents occasionally because of the nature of the work. Anyway,
It doesn't say in the term sheet exactly what that is. It would be a prorated amount for sure.
Okay.
Again, for a year's worth of patrolling. So,
what analysis has been done as to what sheriff's departments in the immediate area charge cities for a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 12 officers when they provide patrol services in those cities? American Canyon has a contract with the Napa SO. Have we? And there are elements here that are no doubt different than the dispatchers, the patrol cars, but have we done a very careful analysis of what the rate is we're being charged for the actual individual deputies compared to what in the immediate area other cities are paying for sheriff patrol services?
yeah, again, kind of like a previous answer, there's an operational answer, then there's a very granular fiscal answer. The answer is essentially yes. We've looked at other departments and who have provided contract services. One of the first things that those contract services will entail, which is what is the loaded cost of those FTE positions? It is our understanding, I fully believe, that these 12 FTE positions are the fully loaded cost that the Solano Sheriff's Office pays for those positions. I have no reason to believe, and I don't think we're being gouged or anything like that when it comes to the salary and benefits of those members.
That's interesting and significant, but I'd still like to know what the comparison is. Do they provide patrol services in any incorporated city in Solano County? And that's one question, but the American Canyon contract, for example, have we looked at what the fully loaded cost is there to the city of American Canyon for Napa deputies?
No, no, the answer is no. I think that would be a bit of apples to oranges, though, because you're looking at a different agency and their salaries and benefits loaded cost versus another. And whether or not they contract services, I want to say no, but it's very possible that they do engage in contract services with very small cities in Solano County. None as large as us. So.
That's for sure. On the recruiting issue, I support all of your efforts, and we all do, of course, because the response times, the tragedies that result, and so on, we all want to correct. But just last week, there was a new lawsuit filed against the Vallejo Police Department by the ex-deputy chief, and while I know nothing about the merits of the allegations, he has a heavyweight lawyer who screens every case he takes. He's recovered massive amounts of money from other local government agencies. And so it's not an idle threat, it's not an ambulance chaser, it's a heavyweight in the field of public agency liability. And whether it's the Gone Girl #1 Netflix show, this new accusation of retaliation, which is pervasive in our city and not only in the police department, we've seen in the city manager's office, there's a new suit pending against them. We have to prevent claims in order to be an agency that's viewed as legitimate. I heard today about another community college where someone in the Administration of Justice Department recommends that no one apply to our department, and I've heard that about DVC also. I don't know whether any of these things are correct, but sometimes when I'm told them by people who are actually talking to people on those campuses, or when I read about this lawsuit and then check out the track record of the lawyer, it's unnerving and it's current. It's not the badge tip bending that was hidden for over a year so there could be no discipline. We have these things hanging over us, and I know the DOJ was very stressed out, to put it mildly, about not knowing early on that the sheriff wouldn't submit to the settlement agreement. You have done a lot of hard work on some of the policies that we've adopted, the use of force and use of deadly force. Those are model policies. Why won't has the sheriff told you why he won't agree to those?
Agree to what specifically you're asking?
Our use of force or use of deadly force policy.
I don't know if, again, first and foremost, I don't want to speak on behalf of the sheriff.
Has he told you? That's my question.
But I think that, to answer your question factually, the sheriff would not adhere to our policies, the Vallejo Police Department, they would adhere to the sheriff's department policies.
Has he told you why he wouldn't agree to the Department of Justice approved policies, which we have, which are state of the art? They're outstanding. Our use of force and deadly force policies, among others. Not just those. We've done a lot of hard work. But has he told you why he wouldn't agree to those?
I have not had that conversation with the sheriff, but I do appreciate the compliment. I do like our policies as well, and I'm very proud of our department.
Okay. Have you talked with anyone at the sheriff's department, and have they told you why they won't agree to those policies?
Again, I'm just going to give you don't want to feel like I'm on a board of inquiry. I believe that the sheriff's department intends to abide by their policies, not another agency's policy. So that's just a very factual answer to that. I understand what you're getting at, and I don't have, I think, the answer that probably you want.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution recommending that the City Council authorize Measure P funds for a contract with Solano County Sheriff's Office for public safety officers in an amount of up to $3,680,000 in fiscal year 2025-2026 and $5,100,000 in fiscal year 2026-2027, and move the $500,000 from the Extreme Weather Center expense that we had approved to this fund.
I'll second that.
And before we vote,
third it.
was there a public comment for this item?
Through the chair, yes, we do have public comment
Good catch.
speakers for this item.
So before we vote, could we have the public comment, please? Thank you.
Okay, Speaker Philip B., please come to the podium.
I just want to remind the commission that there's only been one law enforcement fatal shooting this decade in the city of Vallejo, and that was as the result of Solano County Sheriff shooting and killing an individual who was having a mental breakdown. So, yes, this decade?
Sean Monterosa?
No,
That
that
was
was
it?
not this decade.
Okay.
So, as part of the contract, we're taking full liability for the Solano deputies that are going to be patrolling. They will not be following reform efforts. That is a fact. I would put my whole paycheck on that as being a fact. I've spoken to the commissioner's office in regards to how they, for CHP, and how they patrol in Oakland, and it's the same thing. They do not adhere to Oakland reform policy. It is their policy. That's generally the way it is in every department. So we're essentially paying for Solano County to come into areas that they're already supposed to patrol. In areas like District 3 that are correct. That's my exact look. In areas that are unincorporated, those are Solano County responsibilities. And so they're already patrolling those areas, or they should be patrolling those areas, or receiving calls to those areas, and they're not, according to the deputy chief. I'm not sure what the puzzle look would be. But I mean, the bigger thing I have is we're talking about recruitment efforts, and we are saying that we're having issues hiring, but we have $2 million set aside for recruitment, and now we're going to move that away from recruitment efforts. So we can almost guarantee that VPOA is going to speak about that during their meet and confer, which means this is not going to go anywhere in a month or two. I don't know where anybody would think that this in a month or two would get approved by VPOA. There's no way. There's no way. So that means that instead of the January to March timeline that we're going to be looking at to starting this program, if at all, it would be more in the summer. So we're not paying for a full year. I think we need to reiterate that. We're not paying for a full year. We're paying $11.5 million for maybe 6 months because it expires at the end of 2026. So I think you need to be cognizant of that. And also, Finance did report that the overtime savings and the salary savings was only about $900,000 as of January. So there wasn't a big fund saved from the police department. They moved that money around throughout the rest of the city, and they only had about a $900,000 savings. And that was reported to council. So
Time.
say that we don't know. I mean, we do know. So.
No other speakers at this time, Chair.
Great, thank you. And so if you'd like to reiterate the motion, or if anybody has anything to add, please do so. If not, we can do a roll call vote.
Okay, let's take the vote. Chair Salmeron?
Actually, I think I have an
You
amendment
do?
to the motion. I just thought about it.
Okay.
I would like these funds to be reverted back to Measure P within 60 days of the completion of the project. So if there's any cost savings, whatever's left over needs to come back to us immediately. And of course, it might not be us. It's going to be the Measure P Oversight Committee. But I would like to see those funds reverted back to the Measure P fund, reported to the Measure P Oversight Committee within 60 days of that, whatever that end date is for that contract.
All right, we'll proceed with the vote. Chair Salmeron?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
No.
Commissioner Bersenio?
Yes.
Commissioner Geddes?
No.
Commissioner Farrell?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Tibet?
Yes.
And the vote passes.
Thank you. So I would like to suggest kind of a change in the agenda. We have an information item. It's actually action calendar 10I, and I realize that there is a representative from iHeart who's currently here. So I would like to know if it's okay with this committee that we move that item I to B, just because we have a representative here from iHeart, and then it shouldn't really take that long.
I'm okay with that.
And Chair and committee, I just want to make sure that you understand, this is the second part of the agendizing process. I did, by the way, Board Member Farrell asked for staff to put it on. That request was refused, so I put it back on this agenda so that we could move it forward. So this is the second part of that. So you can't really get a presentation from them this evening. This is for you to determine whether or not you're going to actually hear the item on a subsequent agenda.
Right, but they could make a public comment.
They could make a public comment.
And
absolutely.
did they sign up for a public comment?
They can make a public comment.
Okay, great. So, item 10I, consider request from Chair Salmeron to agendize at subsequent meeting a presentation by the Vallejo Police Department and iHeart concerning the iHeart program. So we received a public comment earlier today asking us to consider an allocation to iHeart urgently because there is a fiscal emergency. I wasn't aware of that when I presented or made the motion to get this information item. I was more aware of a presentation I received at a BWAPA meeting, and then also some conversation that's happened at council meetings surrounding iHeart's participation in some of the other efforts that council is discussing. So that's why I asked for an information item, because I can anticipate that one day we're going to get a request from iHeart, but why not get ahead of some of these presentations and just be informed? So that was my intention for this item. And if there's any public comments on this item, please share now.
Through the chair, we do have one speaker for this item. Rayvon Williamson, please come to the podium.
First of all, thank you guys. Nice seeing you guys. So my name is Rayvon Williamson. I am the program manager of the iHeart program. We've been in boots on the ground since April 11th of last year. I think it's interesting that I'm here tonight because just Friday we had a conversation about possibly closing the iHeart program due to our grant funding ending. That end date would have been tomorrow. Tomorrow would have been our last day. Fortunately, VPD was able to find emergency funding, which gets us through the month of May. However, after that, there's no iHeart program until we find other funding. I'm here today because of the gains we've made in this short amount of time, from community engagement to the type of services we provide. Just to give you a quick idea of some of the things we've encountered, I would say just in the last 2 months, our staff have arrived at what's normal to us as classified as welfare checks. But it just so happened at this particular welfare check, we arrived at a woman's home who had been deceased in her yard. Because the coroner understood that to be, quote unquote, a natural cause, the mortuary had to be called. So the coroner didn't remove the body. Our staff waited there with the family, with their loved one in the yard. Again, that's probably one of the more extreme things we've done just on a day-to-day dealing with individuals with behavioral health or mental health situations. We show up as community. We show up as a neighbor, and we try to build community in those interactions. I think the unique thing about us is that we had the ability to stay with an individual who's experienced a crisis. Not only stay with that individual till other services arrive, but also follow up with that individual, build rapport, build relationship, and again, just try to establish community through their time of crisis. I guess I'm here today because of our greater need for this program, for funding for this program, and the continuance of this program. And again, I just thank all you guys for this opportunity just to speak before you, give you some idea of who iHeart is and some of the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I just would ask this committee to consider getting a actual informational presentation from iHeart in the future. It sounds like iHeart could benefit from giving us that presentation sooner rather than later. And, if there, I don't know what's in the works with iHeart, VPD, and the city, but at least this committee would be prepared to make an informed decision if something was placed on our agenda. So we can take a roll call vote if that's necessary.
Actually, if someone would make a motion, I would appreciate that.
I make a motion to agendize a subsequent meeting presentation by the Vallejo Police Department and iHeart concerning the iHeart program.
I second.
All right. Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazenio,
Yes.
and Chair San
Yes.
and Commissioner Geddes.
Yes.
Passes.
Great, thank you. Does anybody on the committee need a break before we get into our next item? Yes, okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. All right, so we're going to resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we take a break. We are going to skip to items 10H and then J, and then go back to 10B. So item 10H, consider request from committee member Farrell to agendize at a subsequent meeting a report concerning the MRG audit report prepared about the Broadway project. If we can have a motion.
I recommend request and direct staff to coordinate presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. I recommend that we consider committee members Farrell's request and direct staff to coordinate presentation at a subsequent meeting.
If I could add one tiny amendment to that, I would request respectfully that the report be at the next MPOC meeting. Is that May 6th? And the report has already been written, so I think the main task for staff is to circulate it. The takeaways are only several pages, and I think that would be where we'd probably concentrate in our brief discussion about this. And now that we have committee member Brasino on the committee, we look forward to her contributions in thinking about next steps. You have a fair amount of project management expertise. We're lucky you're here. Thank you.
We'll certainly make the request to put it at the next meeting.
Great, I second that motion.
Second the motion.
All right, Geddes, Commissioner Geddes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Briceño?
Yes.
Chair San Midon?
Yes.
And Commissioner Farrell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So we'll move on to 10J. Consider request by Chair Salmeron to agendize at subsequent meeting a presentation by Vallejo Together concerning homelessness in Vallejo. This is an item that I recommended because there are lots of conversations with council that have now included Vallejo Together as a partner. So if we could have a motion to approve in a second, that'd be great.
Motion to move it forward, to consider the chair's element to agendize subsequent meetings, a presentation by Vallejo Together concerning homelessness in Vallejo.
I second that. I second that motion.
Chair Salmeron,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tabat,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell.
Yes.
Passes. Oh, wait, abstain from, okay, thank you.
Great. So now we'll move on to.
I didn't vote.
Commissioner Gaddes,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, now we'll move on to item 10B, adopt a resolution recommending or, in the alternative, not recommending that the City Council authorize up to $500,000 of Measure P funds annually to fund flock safety technology for the remaining term of the 60-month contract. And I'm going to ask that we hold our questions until the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Measure P Oversight Committee, for hearing this more traditional request. This was the actual request of the police department for the upcoming fiscal year for your consideration. This is previous to the sheriff's contract that got brought up later. I'm going to shift my presentation just a little bit because I know you have a lot of items still to hear. This PowerPoint presentation, after I give some background and factual information, I can buzz through it really quickly. It is basically a presentation centered on the benefits of flock safety technology that have been adopted by the police department, overseen by the Surveillance Advisory Board, and I just cannot speak highly enough about them. If that doesn't sell you on it, then probably we have a different conversation, so I can buzz through that, but I just want to give you guys the background information. And first I want to say that prior to my first victory, if you call it that, just a minute ago, I've been before you and I've been listening to your feedback about some of the different presentations and some of the different items that we were asked to bring forward. So I want to make sure that you know that there was thought that went into this presentation in terms of it fitting into the categories and goals of Measure P, in terms of not asking for a funding source that's in perpetuity. I know that's been brought up several times. I wanted to also ensure that I provided the committee options of, that's why the amount is up to $500,000. That's if we want to pay for what we currently have and enhance the program, which my staff is asking and begging for me to enhance the program because it is solving so many crimes. I cannot understate that enough. When I go to our detectives and ask about what the #1 tool is that's solving and allowing us to have such a high solve rate in murders and other violent crimes, it is flock safety technology, 100%. We don't publicize that a lot, and I think that there's pros and cons to publicizing that too much as a law enforcement tool. You will see some other cities that really publicize their use of flock safety a lot. I'm not a huge fan of that because I think then there starts to become this sediment in the community and they know where the sensors are and they start looking to defeat those and do different tactics that will not allow the technology to be as successful. Hopefully we don't get into that tonight, but I think that today will be the biggest selling point that I'll talk the most about flock technology. So I just wanted to make sure I start off by saying that we did listen to your feedback from the committee to try to make this a little bit more of a acceptable ask. So some background, in August of 2024, the Vallejo City Council approved a 5-year contract with Flock Safety in the amount not to exceed $1,492,500. That comes down to roughly annual cost of $298,500. So that is the bare bottom ask that I'm asking this committee for today. At this time, the first year was paid for by what's called a SLEFT fund. That's California's Supplemental Law Enforcement Service Fund. That is a fund that police departments receive every year from the state of California. The problem with that fund is it's unreliable in terms of what amount you're going to get. You can get a very little amount, you can get a little bit higher amount, and there's a lot of variables that I don't even know about that dictate that, but point being, it's not like you get blank number of dollars guaranteed to you every single year. That's what we use to pay the first year of the contract. So now we have the 4 remaining years of this contract to fund this technology. When I went to our staff and I said, how is Flock technology going? They said, we need more cameras. We need more license plate readers that are called Falcons. They all have bird names, so you'll notice the theme there coming up. Falcons are license plate readers, and Condors are the surveillance cameras that have PTZ, pan, tilt, zoom capabilities, and they record. Those, as you'll see as I buzz through the presentation here shortly, have been utilized in just about every single murder case in which we have solved to bring strong leads to those cases, and have ultimately allowed them to bring those cases to fruition and charging. So to enhance the program, what I'm asking of Measure P to consider also is to enhance the program by adding 11 additional Falcon ALPR cameras and 10 additional Condor PTZ cameras. That's in addition to the amount that we already have, which I'll get into in the presentation here. We also have something that's in the beta testing phase that is called Raven, another bird. That is gunshot detection, auditory gunshot detection technology. There is, and again, I'm be very careful in this regard, there is 3 clusters that are areas of the city that are covered by gunshot auditory detection. It costs us $140,000 per year for that technology through Flock as well. The good thing about having all this through Flock is it integrates all of the technology together. If there is a gunshot, auditory gunshot alert, that can also trigger those particular cameras to activate and potentially capture certain activity through a camera in addition to an auditory detection. We currently have 4 square miles of the city covered that we used. The locations we chose of the clusters of locations were based upon gunshot data. It costs about $35,000 per square mile. So this is obviously not some type of technology that we can probably get full city coverage on. So we currently only have 4 square miles. There is some benefits to that because the data does show that the most gunshots occur in that area. The downside is there's several, as you can imagine, several areas of Vallejo that are not covered. So that's why it's doubly important for us to not disclose where those locations are. However, that part of it is quite pricey. And there's some success stories that are in the presentation of gunshot detection and how that has helped us and how I think it can continue to help us. And lastly, on gunshot detection is I might not get this right, fiscal year 22, 23, possibly, we got governmental earmarked money. It's kind of like grant money, but it's actually earmarked by the government that I think it was in the realm of $230-ish thousand to pay for gunshot detection. So of the $140,000 that we owe annually, we can expend that $230,000, and that we would only be asking, if Measure P approved, we would only be asking for the remainder of that for the remainder of the contract. So whatever is left over from that money till the end of the contract. And then in regards to the in perpetuity, in the presentation, I had indicated that this is, again, a 5-year contract. We have 4 years left. I'm not asking for any Measure P money beyond that time frame. If we do re-up the contract with Flock Safety and we want to continue with some type of technology, there will be a price point. If we want Measure P committee to pay for that, we will come back to the Measure P committee and make that presentation. So again, this would not be an in perpetuity request. Okay, so start off with the slides. We've been a member or an adopter of Flock Safety since 2020, so this is very early on in the technology. The technology has skyrocketed since that time and is adopted by countless thousands and thousands of police agencies across the nation. We started off with only 10 ALPR cameras. We currently have 99 Falcon ALPR readers. We have 2 portable license plate readers that can be posted at particular areas like a DUI checkpoint or some type of other drive-through. I mean, there could be lots of uses that you could do. I've never seen them in use. I don't think we actually have ever used them, but we do have those. We have 15 Condor cameras, and we have just a little over 200 Raven sensors. That is the gunshot detection devices. We had another company that we used to use previous to this. It didn't work very good, and this is partly why we moved to Flock as our vendor. Next slide. Some information on Flock in terms of what it detects. Again, the Falcons detect the license plate of vehicles. The cameras that are positioned throughout Vallejo take a picture of the front of the car license plate and a back of the car and the license plate. It's got the retention information and whatnot. All of these technologies have already been vetted through our Surveillance Advisory Board prior to us adopting this contract, this 5-year contract. This was just some edification information for you guys in terms of, just so you know what type of retention period it has, et cetera. Next slide. This is some sharing information. These are some issues that were wrangled about by the Surveillance Advisory Board about how often they're audited, how often we report out, how we can share information. There were some resolutions that were included in your packet in relation to resolutions that the Surveillance Advisory Board presented. There were some abortion rights issues that were tackled by the Surveillance Advisory Board that we got through that process as well. So next slide. Kind of regurgitating some of the same stuff. Basically, the purpose of this slide is basically as police staffing decreased, we need to try to use every opportunity we can to leverage technology due to the less officers. So that's what this slide is trying to illustrate. Next slide. This is to try to give you a kind of a snapshot of what type of things that the technology produces. We produce these reports monthly to the Surveillance Advisory Board. We also put these reports on our website monthly. This, I believe, is this an annual snapshot? So this is an annual snapshot of the type of crimes that were involved. Also to explain the technology. Say that there is a vehicle that was used in a carjacking. That vehicle could be entered into the flock system as a felony vehicle by any agency. And if that vehicle drives by a Falcon ALPR camera, officers in their police car will get an alert of what camera that hit, where the vehicle is, and they can go locate it. Similarly, if someone's car is stolen or if a victim's car is carjacked, that same technology can be used to find that victim's vehicle. And we find an extremely high amount of felony vehicles, stolen vehicles, and has resulted in a lot of hot hits. It's called hot hits is what they're called. There's also an investigative tool aspect to this is if a crime occurs in a particular area, the detectives will immediately go to that flock safety system and determine what vehicles have come and gone from those particular areas. Flock is so good in that a witness can say, I saw a 4-door white vehicle driving away. You can then take the flock cameras in that particular area and look for just 4-door white vehicles, and you can quickly get, it's not going to be just one vehicle, but you're going to get a match that are going to really narrow down who your possible suspect vehicles are. This is an invaluable tool. I think it falls within the categories of crime prevention, crime intervention, crime enforcement, and there is another thing that I wanted to talk about. We can go to the next slide. Let's go through a couple different slides here, Manny. This is just ALPR in action. This gives you some snapshot information of some different instances that it has been used. Next slide. Some success stories where I wanted to give you guys tangible physical examples. There's a lot more than this, but these are just ones that are specific instances where it really highlighted the benefit of ALPR cameras. Next slide. Again, just some more very, very specific examples if it was something that you guys want to reference or were able to look at ahead of time. Next slide. Okay. This is gunshot detection. This is some tangible examples of how gunshot detection technology has benefited us. Again, with the drawbacks of only 4 square miles are covered. Right now, that costs $140,000. If this beta testing, when it comes to an end, we can decide if we have money, we want to expand that. If we want to say that the money versus the benefit of it is not where we need to be, that's what we work with continuously with the Surveillance Advisory Board, looking at the efficacy of the technology. So if that were be to something that we came back and we go, hey, we came to the decision that the $230,000 of earmarked money is gone, we don't think we get a bang for our buck, we would come back to, and that money would be given back to Measure P if that was something that was approved. Next slide. This is talking about murders are something that obviously are a tangible example of how something may benefit. Those are cases that all resources are pulled out and to address these particular ones. I think this number of 17, so the top bullet point, at the time when this presentation was created, we had solved 17 of the 25 murders in 2024. I believe that number is a little bit higher now. And as you can see in the following bullet point examples. Every single one of those cases that was solved, a portion of that was because of flock safety. So again, I just want to really reiterate the importance of this technology. Next slide. So a little backstory. When another thing, feedback that I took in terms of, I know that there's been some discussion about us coming to Measure P when there's an item that we can't afford somewhere else. And we go, can Measure P, can you pay for it? This item actually, when the staff report was written to accept the contract, Measure P was listed in the fiscal impact as a possible funding source for the term of this contract. There was also discussion about freezing positions and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure that it was in the thought process of the city, the police department, of bringing this forward potentially to Measure P to be a funding source for flock technology. And then, as I talked about already, as the officers decrease, technology is something that you should leverage. This is an invaluable technology that I think falls within the parameters of the Measure P Oversight Committee. Next slide. I want to get to the options. Okay, so this is the part I was kind of excited about. This option one is obviously the option I'd like you to consider as a committee. This is the fully loaded cost of, number one, $298,500. That's what we have to pay for the remainder of this 5-year contract, 4 more years of what we have now. It has the amount of cameras that we currently have. We also have that $140,000 that we are going to have to start paying when the $230,000 of community project earmarked money is gone. That will be an expense annual that we will have to incur. We would also like to expand the flock technology system. That is, $57,500 would get us 11 more license plate reader Falcon cameras throughout the city, and will get us 10 additional Condor PTZ cameras. Those are surveillance cameras that can be moved around. Additionally, something that we didn't factor into the cost that we did notice is a cost is people break the cameras, people knock the cameras down, cars crash into the poles that break the cameras. We don't have any funding source allocated to account for those costs. I made $400,000. In all transparency, it was just because it rounded it up to $500,000 and making it an even number. Any amount would help in that regard because we currently have no money set aside, and those cameras do get broken, they do get knocked down. Flock safety does come for as part of being a vendor to put them back, but they do charge a fee for repair, replace, repairing the pole, etc. It's not free of charge. So that's option one. Next slide. So option two is going to be the same options, but it is removing the $400,000 that I just talked about to factor in some money. 4,000, yeah, did I say it? Sorry, 4,000. Yeah, I wish it was. Option three, you're going to get the point here in a minute when I get to option three. So again, option three is actually taking out the enhancement, the $57,500. That's the enhancement that our detectives and officers are asking for. That's option three. Option two, next slide. Or option four, sorry. Option four, that is just the basic amount that we need to pay, $298,500, with an amount for $4,000 to incur for the repair, relocation, replacement, etc. And then option five is the bare amount that we need for the remaining 4 years to get us through this contract is the $298,500. And presumably the fire chief told me there was an option 6, which is to not support it, but I didn't put it in the presentation. So that's my best spiel that I had come with you guys to consider for Measure P.
So for option one, it's an annual cost of $500,000, so it's $500,000 times 5, correct?
Well, correct, but not for the first year, because remember that $140,000, we have $230,000, let's just call it grant funds to make it simple. We have $230,000 in grant funds that will be expended. So we actually will get option one will get you about 1.5 years of not having to pay for gunshot detection.
My question is, so every year we'll be expanding and adding 11 Falcons and 10 Condors?
If the enhancement was approved, that would be on top of $57,500 on top of for the remainder of the contract, 4 years.
I think the question was, 500,000 covers A, and the next 500,000 covers another A? Are we getting more cameras added every year?
No, so $500,000 covers the entire flock environment. So that was, I'm going to go back to that slide, at the 99 cameras. Let's pull that slide up so they can see. Kind of towards the front. All the way to, yeah, almost to the front. Okay, back, yeah, there it is. That was the first slide. So we currently have 99 license plate readers, Falcons. We have 2 portable license plate readers. We have 15 Condors. So the 57,500 would be 11 on top of the 99 and 10 on top of the 15. So it would be for 25. That makes
Agreed.
sense.
So, but then there's 57,000 in for the annual cost. That's adding, more Falcons and Condors.
Correct.
Every year, would we be adding in 57,000 so that way it continues to build the program?
Yes, so that would be 57,500 every year for the next 4 years. Yes. We'll be good.
By the time the 4 years expire, we will have 4 times. I'm sorry, pardon me. So I agree with the question.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Is the math correct? The 500,000 includes the expenses for the new equipment, correct?
Correct.
And how much is that? $57,000?
$57,500.
So does that mean if you're asking for $500,000 annually for the next 4 years, after the first year, the $57,000 of the $500,000 is also going to purchase more cameras and more cameras and more cameras?
No.
So then why do we have 500,000 after the first year, is the question.
So
it should be 500,000 minus 57,000.
No, so yeah, okay, I think I understand now. Okay. So when you buy a camera through buy, lease, utilize, that camera now provides a service. So you're buying not only the device, but you're buying the ability to monitor that through the Flock technology software. So having that camera is an ongoing cost. So if I understand your question correctly, once that 57,500 gets you 11 ALPR cameras additional, 10 additional, now that money is what you pay every year for that service. That includes the camera, the installation, the service of monitoring, hot hits, the ability to go back and look at all the data and everything else. Sorry.
I can explain maybe a little bit on that because I worked on this contract. So when we acquire technology from Flock, we don't actually own that equipment. We're buying a service from them. So they retain ownership of the equipment, which means if it breaks, they fix it on their dime, essentially, except for the service charge for coming out. We don't buy a new camera. They put the new camera in. We pay the technician to put it in. And we also take advantage of updates in technology. When they update technology, they'll update it. And then what we're actually paying for is essentially what I would call the software piece of it, basically, which is the service, the monitoring, which allows the equipment to do what it does for the department. Does that clear it up a little bit, hopefully?
Oh, absolutely. It was a minute detail. We could have also said $228,000 over the course of 4 years for the new cameras. Thank you.
So I have a question. So has the SAB Commission approved the acquisition of the additional cameras, or have they only approved the existing contract?
So SAB has approved the use of the technology. So if we buy additional cameras, that is not something we would go back to the Surveillance Advisory Board regard. regarding, I don't believe, because they approved the technology. That's what's within their purview. Probably the next question would be gunshot detection. That is something that we're just in a beta testing phase. We are continuing to work with the SAB board to develop a policy, to determine if we're going to continue to use this, what way we're going to continue. Do we want to expand it? Do we want to look into another vendor? During this beta test thus far that we've been able to do for free, we haven't paid anything for the 212 gunshot detection sensors. There's nothing that we have seen in the technology that would cause us to want to move to another vendor, if that makes sense. So I know that you didn't ask that, but I figured that might be a natural question.
You knew
That
that was
hasn't been
coming.
fully vetted by the SAB yet. And if that was something that we decided as a SAB, they don't want us to use it, and we want to take all those sensors down, we're not going to pay for that. We would not be expending Measure P money for that.
And when does that beta period end?
I think it's September. I'm not positive. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. We're going to have to start paying for it here at some point fairly soon. That's why we're trying to finalize the policy and the acceptable use and how we report out on it. There was a resolution where the SAB board did not recommend the use of it. I didn't know if anybody was going to ask that. They didn't recommend using it at that time. I don't know if Randy wants to chime in on it.
Sure.
We're still working with them regarding it.
We are. Their concern at the time was because they didn't want us to be a guinea pig for a company, because it's really new technology. It was when the city started using it. And so it went to council, and council overrode their decision and decided to go into the beta testing, which is not costing us anything.
No, it's free.
So we have been working with SAB on the policy. SAB, in fact, created an ad hoc committee to work with PD to help develop the policy for use of the gunshot detection system. And that they just actually finished up their work, and a resolution about that policy is going to go to them at their next meeting in middle of May 15th, I think it is.
So I don't want to be a hypocrite, because I earlier said that I appreciate when council comes to this committee. So if the SAB hasn't made a recommendation on the gunshot, then I wouldn't want to make a recommendation. I'd want to respect their decision-making, because they're the experts on this one. And so I would defer to them on that portion of the ask, and then, defer. Like, when they finally make a recommendation, then bring it back to Measure P. That's how I would like to see that, just because I sat here and said, yeah, I want respect and I want people to honor, the process of this committee. So I want to honor the other commissions as well. But I think that's my only comment on that.
They did make a recommend. I just want to make sure that I was clear. They did make a recommendation not to acquire the technology at this time. That was the recommendation.
But they're going to review it again in the next couple months, you said?
Certainly, staff could bring it back to them, or they could ask to review it. And as I said, they asked to be involved in writing the policy for it, and they have been involved in that piece of it.
Great, thanks for
And
that
they also get
clarification.
monthly reports about the use of the technology.
Thanks.
And the good thing, to your point, is we do have that $230,000 buffer of grant money that if it is something that's adopted, we can expend that. In theory, that would give us a period of time for us to come back to the committee and say, hey, that $230,000 is almost over. We really love this technology. We'd like for you to pick up the tab for this remainder. Now, it may not be $140,000. It may be more or less or whatnot. So we do have that buffer, so I don't disagree per se.
If I might ask just a couple of questions. First, the points you made, and I feel you made them very clearly, and they're persuasive, that as we face staff challenges, and we always need to use technology as a tool, and this is an example where that has to be seriously considered, especially due to our staffing shortages. But I'm sure cities are using this widely, regardless of how severe their staffing shortages are. But this does feel like it will be permanent and in perpetuity, as you explained, that at the end of the contract, it seems probable or highly probable there be a request for similar technology or a similar contract going forward. And that not because I can quote a specific section of Measure P, the ballot arguments, or the campaign, but that seems like a general fund expense. That's something that's just going to go on for forever and ever. That isn't the way Measure P was explained to the community based on my involvement, and so I'm not claiming I know everything about the history of Measure P, but this will go on permanently, the need for this or similar technology, correct? I mean, looking forward 10 years and 7 years, it's likely that we'll need something just like this or better.
Again, I can't predict the future, but I think what my point was is to promise that the police department will come back to this committee in subsequent contracts to determine if this is or is not something that the committee wants to continue to fund, and then the city would then, or the department would have to find another way to fund it.
Thank you. That's important. Another thing that for me in general I'd like to hear comments from committee members about is when something is initially funded by a grant, it seems like there is a tendency to then turn to Measure P to continue to fund the service or to maintain the equipment. And again, that's not how the campaign was organized, that Measure P could be used when grants expire to continue paying for services or technology or so on. But that doesn't mean it can't be, but I do think it seems like a general fund liability to me, but I'd like to invite comments about that. When a grant expires and the need doesn't, do we automatically come to Measure P and say, now you guys please pay for this?
I think the short answer to your question is that we're going to see Measure QRSTUV after that, because we're not planning and we're not working within our budget. So, I think that's one of my concerns about the earlier item is that we're budgeting so far in advance. This week, we're taking up, 80% of a future year's tax revenues. 2 weeks from now, 80% of another year, right? So at the rate that we are receiving proposals, we're not really, we're planning out a lot further than I think we should be, more than I'm comfortable with. So that's my response to your.
Thank you.
Microphone, please.
For example, with iHeart, I know there was a reason to celebrate when we secured the grant that funded that, but we've known, I believe, for quite a long time that the grant funding expires, and we don't seem to have been budgeting to continue iHeart services. How is that? And I don't know that you're the right person to ask.
I don't know if this is the right forum, but I will say in short that it's a very complex answer that probably now is not the forum for. But I will want to give one kind of important note. We paid for the first year of Flock with that SLEF fund that I talked about. And when Ray Vaughn came up here and spoke earlier, he talked about that emergency money is what he called it. That's out of SLEF. So we are using a funding source to pay for this first year of Flock, to do for something to keep a very vital program going. But you're not wrong, Mr. Farrell, that grant funding is not, it's a one-time use, and you can't continue to get a grant for the same thing over and over. I learned that very, very much the hard way, and you have to do enhancements to your program each time that you have to find a stable funding source. That is part of the reason I'm here for Flock, because I want to find a stable funding source for the remainder of this contract. I feel like it falls within the criteria of the board. But you're right, grant funding it has its pros, and a lot of people want to really get in on grant funding, but there's also drawbacks.
Randy, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. The Raven gunshot detection is what they did not approve.
Correct.
Okay.
They recommended against acquiring that at this time because the technology was new.
Is there any plan for them to revisit that issue and to present them with new data from around the country?
Yes, and again, we're also working with the Surveillance Advisory Board to draft an actual policy for purposes of this presentation, I do feel confident the Surveillance Advisory Board will ultimately approve the use of the technology. They just didn't want to at the time due to various concerns, but we had that opportunity to beta test it for free. So we are now kind of backtracking from that aspect. So I do believe that it will be approved for use, and it will be, with what we have right now, with the sensors in place, will cost $140,000 a year once that 230, I keep saying 230, it's about 230,000 is expended.
Looks like there actually should be a sixth option, which is the FLOC annual, the annual fund for cost and repair, and then the additional cameras. That's not here. So tell me again, the amount to fund to the cost of repair, if we're paying for the licenses and they're doing all of that, why do we have to pay for that?
We have to pay the service technician, so that we're paying for the labor for them to.
Just the labor?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And of course, I have to add that.
You're right. I think that is an additional option that, again, I just tried to give a bunch of funding options so you could kind of piecemeal it together. You guys could piecemeal this together in any format that you choose.
Well, because it is, it does fall under public safety. I think what I'm not comfortable with is doing the, for the next 4 years. I am open to option 5 for 1 year.
Option 5 is $298,500 for the remainder of the contract. Option 5 is $298,500 annually for the next 4 years. I didn't realize that was going to be a misunderstanding point. So this is for the remainder of the contract, which is a 5-year contract. We paid the initial $298,500. We need to pay for the additional 4 years of the contract. That's what we're asking for.
Right. So, but you're not going to go make a lump sum payment for the next 4 years. You're going to pay 1 year at a time, right?
Correct. Yes.
Right. So I'm saying I'm open to recommending option 5 for 1 year,
Okay.
not for the next 4 years.
Option 5, though, only covers the FLOC technology, not purchasing the new cameras, not the gun detection, not the $4,000. So, I mean, I would say, how about the $500,000 for 1 year, and then have staff, along with the department, look for ways to fund this from the general fund. Because it is imperative that we continue. The technology works. That was a very compelling presentation you made. And the evidence is irrefutable. So if we don't have funds, it's going to go away.
But as the Surveillance Commission, this is their area, if they're not recommending the gunshot, I think that it's kind of like they're not recommending it now, so let's go over here and get it paid for through Measure P. And if that's their area, that's what they study, that's what they make their decisions about. I'm just saying I would not be comfortable going around them to make a recommendation to pay for something that they're not willing to recommend themselves. And
I fully agree with you. It's in that respect. Regarding the timeline, Chief,
Yeah.
when did you say you would be hearing back from the other commission?
So I think one of the, if you guys are talking about a new option, which is to fund it for 1 year, then the gunshot detection isn't probably going to do me any good because I'm going to run into a situation where I'm not going to have spent the money that you gave me that time period. Because remember, I have $230,000 of earmarked grant money to pay for gunshot detection once we start having to pay for it. So that'll be one thing that I'll never expend that $140,000 because we have money that's set aside specifically that has to be used to pay for gunshot detection.
So for your argument, that is, we don't want to circumvent and just go behind them, they need to make a recommendation. But even if they made a recommendation, Measure P committee would be the committee to approve or recommend a resolution to the council to pay from Measure P funds. They do not have funds, so the funds would come from Measure P anyway. But so what would be palatable language? That is, we want to do 1 year, but we don't want to do the gun detection until we hear back from them.
Yeah, that should come back at a different time.
It should come back at a different time as
So-
a separate item.
Yeah, so that would be 360,000 a year without the 140. But if I'm going to say it wrong, SLEF? If SLEF approves it, then we could, and there's documentation, then just have it approved for up to 500,000 for the 1 year.
So you said option one, take out the 140, are we taking out the 57 as well?
No, keep the 57. I would like more eyes on the city, personally.
Only take out the.
Make sure you turn off your microphone when you're not using it. Only 4 microphones can be used at a time.
So the math is either 500,000 or 360.
Yes.
So this is just for 1 year?
Yes.
1 year.
This will be a long motion. Do you want to do it? Do you want me to do it? Sure. Okay. Let's see the verbiage.
So we're doing the 298, the 57, 500, and the 4,000?
So, Vice Chair, I can tell you where the language is for the motion. If you look at
Yes,
page 1 of the staff report, just change the 500,000 to 360, and I think you have it.
360.
Oh, and the 60 months to 1 year.
360,
But we also want to put in there a caveat.
1
We
year.
also want to put in there a caveat that if we get the documentation that SLEF has approved it.
Oh, that you get SLEF funds, sure.
Thank you.
I would prefer if it was a whole separate item that came back, if after the SAB reviews it and gives a recommendation, so that they could give more information to whoever is sitting on this committee, instead of making that decision before we know how the committee or that commission feels. That would be my recommendation.
Your proposed motion, if I understand, is taking that piece out. That's the 140,000, so you wouldn't be funding that with what was proposed. Oh, okay.
Through the chair, if staff just has I don't want to speak against my own personal interest, but if you guys have decided to just fund this for 1 year and not for the remaining portion of the contract, I would caution you then to approve the enhancement, because then we would then be paying for an enhancement that we also now added money to an expense that we don't have for the remaining years. So that I don't know. The 57,500 is an expansion of the program. If it was something you're only going to do for 1 year, any adding on of these different things is going to end up being problematic, because now we've created more cost and not have a solution for the remaining 4 years. That will create additional burden on the general fund or any. Right.
Why start if we're not going to finish?
And I hate to say that against my own personal interest in my request, but that would probably be a better option.
So you're suggesting take that off?
Only if you are proposing to do this for 1 year and not for the remainder of the contract. The ask is for Measure P to allocate an annual amount for the next 4 years of these amounts. If it's just for 1 year, I would recommend that you just pay for the $298,500 that we owe, and then the next year we'll have to either come back to you, find another source, then we won't be expanding the program. I just don't think that's a responsible thing to ask of the committee or of city taxpayer dollars. So.
How about we do 2 years?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
I appreciate that, but what about the $4,000 for the cost of repairs? You don't need that money anymore?
That would help, yes. Any money
Okay.
we could allocate to repair costs would actually help. I've got 3 broken cameras in the captain's office at the moment, so.
298 plus 4,000.
So that's option 4.
For 1 year, yeah, that's the caveat, is that it's for 1
Yes.
year. Yes.
I'm serious. What do you guys think about 2 years? I would like the program expanded. Again, I would like more eyes on the city, and these are eyes.
So I'm going to ask our police officer, if we expand your program for 2 years, how would that work?
That would mean that we'd have 3 years of no mechanism to pay for it. I'm just getting to the point now, as I'm looking for stable funding sources for these different things. If I expand, I don't want to expand to something that I don't have a stable funding source. So the chances are, in all likelihood, being very transparent, I'll be back in front of you guys in 1 year or 2 years asking for this money again if it still fits within those goals. So, I just, I'd rather go with less if we're going to go for less period of time, because then I'm building out costs that we don't have a source of funding.
I agree, and I'd rather you come back and ask again. So I'll make a recommendation, and I'll actually give you a little choice. You want me to recommend option 4 or option 5?
What was 5? Oh, just the 290.
Option 4 would be preferable to me because it adds in the 4,000,
Yeah, he
which
wants
is
the 4,000.
we don't know how much of that we'll expend, but we know that we have up to $4,000 to repair and relocate, et cetera.
All right, I'm making a motion.
It's 1 year.
In the alternative, not to recommend, no, to recommend. Maybe I need more cookies. Recommending that the city council authorize up to $302,500 of Measure P funds to annually to fund the flock safety technology for the remaining, for a term of 12 months.
I second.
Commissioner Farrell?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet?
Yes.
Chair San-Midon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Briseno?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gaddes?
Yes.
Passes.
But just when you thought you were safe and you can leave that table.
We'll
So-
call that a draw, not a win for me, but hey, I won't take the loss.
So I completely agree that we should be using technology where we do not have physical bodies to actually go out there and help. Why haven't we looked at red light enforcement?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
You're laughing.
but
I didn't hear
that's
the last part you said.
That's at the Surveillance Advisory Board too, and they did recommend that the council move forward with that technology.
I didn't even hear.
Thank you.
That
Red
was
light
just
enforcement.
last night.
So red light enforcement is actually cameras inside an intersection, and anybody who blows through them, they will take their picture. A law enforcement person would be able to write the ticket from a computer, and then the ticket would go out. But then it would create safety. It's not a moneymaker. It's a safety maker. So always remember that.
It's about $4 million, and maybe I'll be back here asking you guys for that.
So, Chief, very quickly, I brought this up with Councilmember Matias, who represents my district, number 1. And so I worked for the League of California Cities and staffed the police and fire chiefs at the time, and talked to a lot of chiefs. And some cities actually do revenue generation through citations. And for instance, this came to my mind. I live on Vervaes Hill, and I have to use a Clark where it cuts Vervaes. There's a stop sign, and that stop sign is violated at least 20 or 30 times a day. About a month ago, somebody actually got out of the car to attack me because I said, this is my right of way, and they were nearly hitting me. So would you not consider putting a motorcycle officer just there? Because a ticket would be $400 or $500, and you could collect $100,000 a month easily on violations like this.
Yeah, to your point, first and foremost, we don't conduct traffic enforcement to generate revenue, right? So to be clear about that. But something that people often don't know is you're citing running a stop sign, which is a violation of the California Vehicle Code. When an officer writes a citation for a violation of the California Vehicle Code for like speeding, a stop sign, that revenue and fine, almost all of it goes to the state general fund. The actual municipal cities get only a very, very small amount of money from those actual citations. The cities actually get a much more revenue from parking enforcement, parking violations, violations of the Vallejo Municipal Code, and things like that. So again, our job is not revenue generating, but I think that's a misnomer that when there's more traffic enforcement for vehicle code violations, the cities actually don't get a ton of money, unfortunately.
Thank you. If I could have you stick around for just a second, I'm so sorry, we forgot to take public comment on this item. So I'd like to go ahead and ask for us to receive that comment right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one speaker still in the audience, Jose Carrizales.
Since you missed me, I'm mad. I will not speak on this subject. However, I am signed up for the next subject, so please don't forget. I'm past my bedtime. Come on, Chair. Try to go fast.
So no speakers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so the next item on the agenda, adopt a resolution recommending or in the alternative not recommending that the City Council authorize $468,000 of Measure P funding for the replacement of 4 staff vehicles and 1 utility vehicle. And again, let's please hold our questions until the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Arthur Gonzalez, Interim Fire Chief. Tonight we have a few asks before you, and we'll break them up into these 4. Before I get started into this presentation, all of our asks are one-time asks and not in perpetuity. Just so you know, one-time asks. From a fleet standpoint, we were thoughtful in bringing these asks in this particular format, and then the next ask that we'll discuss after this. We planned out basically our most dire need. We've used other funding sources to replace our fleet over the past few years. We've gotten creative with ARPA funding. We were able to fund 4 pieces of equipment with ARPA fund. 2, I'm going to call them Type 1 engines, but they're the regular fire engines you see driving around. We were able to fund a Type 3, which is a larger wildland unit that we just took delivery of, and that'll go into Glen Cove. That was part of opening Glen Cove and that funding source. And then the other vehicle was a Type 6, which is a smaller wildland vehicle that we utilize in our city a lot. So with that in mind, I just want to go through these asks in the fact that we're only asking for things that we either have lost to mechanical failure or they've timed out or at their end of life. And our plan, my plan, was to go into the budget development to add to our vehicle replacement fund. However, in our budget development process, we weren't able to do that. Currently, our vehicle replacement fund is encumbered on a debt service that has purchased additional fleet vehicles that encumbers our vehicle replacement fund at its current allocation till 2030. So I believe the previous administrations that made that decision were going to come back to the Finance and Budget Development and ask for more money. So this was a thought that we would come to Measure P for this fiscal year, and moving forward, we'll figure out how to fund our fleet replacement out of our own general fund. So with that, we're asking for 5, this is more staff vehicles and smaller vehicles. These aren't engines or trucks. These are vehicles that currently we're asking to replace that are at their end of life. Next slide, Manny. So the first vehicle we're asking for is not depicted here, but it's a Ford F-550 utility vehicle. So it's a crew cab diesel truck. It has a flatbed. We put a diesel tank on the back, and we use it as a support vehicle to tow around our larger trailers. The 3 trailers that we have are the community safe house trailer we take to events. We have the fireground survival trailer that we use for our own training and joint training with other agencies in the county. And then we just got through participatory budgeting, urban search and rescue equipment trailer that is being built out now. And those gross vehicle weights only allow a certain size vehicle to be able to tow it. The current vehicle that we have to tow it, next slide, Manny, is the current vehicle that we have to tow it. You can go to the next slide, Manny. Thank you. Is a 2002 F-550, so it's way outside its end of life per city policy and per age. It's tired, it breaks down quite a bit, and we need to basically fund the replacement for this. Next slide. The next 4 vehicles we're asking for are just staff vehicles. There's some reasons we're asking for these staff vehicles. The previous administrations purchased vehicles that kind of handicap some of our uses. None of them are 4-wheel drive, which leads into some California mutual aid requests and reimbursements that we could be receiving that we're not, based on the current vehicles that we have. And the 4 vehicles we're asking to replace, we have more than 4, but we're asking for the 4 that are at their end of life. We've lost 1 to mechanical failure where the engine blew up, and we don't have that in our fleet at this time. And the other 3 are at that window of, in the next fiscal year, they'll be either over mileage per city policy or over their age per city policy. So we want to start to replace those this next fiscal year, and then moving past that, we can add to our vehicle replacement in the general fund. These vehicles being 4-wheel drive, for instance, to give you an example, these vehicles also not only get used for in-town purposes, for staff, for battalion chiefs, for our training chief. These vehicles are the first to go out of county on mutual aid requests, where in the California Master Mutual Aid Matrix, we send units out to help in large-scale incidents, and then other agencies reciprocate that and send units to help us almost on a daily basis within the county or within the state. These vehicles here, they provide a reimbursement rate of, just for the vehicle, of $285 a day. So on a 21-day deployment, they can generate up to $5,000. Now, we're not buying these as a revenue generation tool. We're buying these as an added benefit to have the capabilities within our city to go off-road, but also to have that revenue generation possibility to keep that fiscal responsibility in mind. These vehicles, you know, they go out for overhead, people that go out as division or strike team leaders. They go out for people that are line medics, people that are safety officers. So these can get used quite a bit over the summertime to provide some of that, you know, cost savings and cost sharing to bring back to the city. Next slide, Manny. The current vehicles that we're talking about, they're 2011 to 2014s. They all have over 120,000 miles on them. None of them are 4-wheel drive, and they're getting to the point where they need frequent maintenance. Next slide. So the ask is, in totality, is $468 for the 1 F-550 and then the 4 Expeditions with an approximately 10-year service life, and then we would figure out how to fund those in the future. Next slide. And I'm available for any questions you have on this particular ask.
You anticipated this already, and so I appreciate what you shared, but these appear to me to be general fund requests, and through 2030, there has not been any money set aside that could be used to purchase these. Is that correct?
Currently, that's correct. That was, I believe that loan was allocated 2 years ago, 2 fiscal years ago. And it went from those fiscal years until 2030. It was a $5.5 million loan that encumbered about $780,000 per year towards that debt service that paid for two Type 1 engines, a ladder truck that needs to be replaced, and another Type 6, which is the smaller wildland vehicle.
Okay, but a city must have essential fire safety vehicles.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't sound like we're budgeting for that, so we're coming to Measure P. But they're in this, you know, I heard very clearly the reasons that they're justified. You know, I'm reading that surrounding cities are projecting there's going to be a much larger structural imbalance in city budgets over the next several years. So how will we ever find the money? And I know there's variables and things could suddenly become sunny, and but at the moment things look like they're going to be pretty tough for a while. So how would we ever get the money to provide new trucks for the fire department other than through Measure P in the foreseeable future?
My goal is to ask for general fund expenditure to continue to fund that. So I don't need to make these purchases at one time. And I think that's part of our problem is we've ran up to where we've had to make a lot of one-time purchases that were fairly large because we delayed or we deferred these purchasing. We're getting to the point now where after this dire purchase is made, we'll be in a replacement cycle to where we can weather this storm every 2 to 3 years, and we don't pay for one of those engines until we receive it. So I can budget an additional, you know, $250,000 to $300,000 per year, and then when I take delivery of that said piece of equipment, then I would pay for it. So we could budget ahead without having to put $1 million extra a year. We're talking $300,000 to $500,000 in that range to budget ahead to be able to buy this equipment in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So if that was your only agenda item for the night, I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's reasonable. But I'm guessing that we're probably going to receive that same explanation for these other items that you're asking for today, that there really isn't general fund available for this and that Measure P can help us get ahead. So, you know, I think it's a general fund issue, but I mean, I'm just looking ahead. We have another $350,000, $71,000, $340,000. Like, how do we prioritize fire's needs? Because we aren't an unlimited funding source either.
To answer your questions, if you're asking me the priority of our needs, it's going to be the fleet vehicles. That's going to be our priority. And I don't want to jump ahead into the next ask, but with that particular ask, to replace that as well as we have a station that currently doesn't have one of those vehicles. So I have one station that doesn't have a Type 6 and it's not able to respond with that type of vehicle to an event. All the other stations have a vehicle that respond to wildland. This particular station does not because I lost one of those vehicles to mechanical failure. We turned it into a utility. We lost the pump and the tank, the pump and the engine on the back that pumps the water. So instead of replacing it, it wasn't financially feasible to replace it. So we made it a utility, and we're looking to replace that vehicle.
How often is the Type 6 being used?
The Type 6 gets used pretty much daily.
Daily?
Daily. Yeah, we use it as either a secondary vehicle that we tandem to calls. They used, in the wintertime, they're used for rubbish fires, they're used for encampment fires, they're used for all kinds of things that the engines can't get to in an off-road or on the railroad tracks, things like that. In the summertime, they're used daily in the wildland fires or into mutual aid events. But these vehicles get used almost on a daily basis.
How many do we currently own? Or have?
Are we talking about?
The Type 6.
The Type 6, we currently have 4. We had 4. We have 3 Type 6s and 2 Type 3s, and the Type 3s are the larger wildland units. So Station 27 in North Vallejo has a Type 3, and then Glen Cove is going to have a Type 3.
And these are all used daily? Or they're all used daily, all 4 or 5 you just named, or?
Yes.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have one speaker on this item. Jose Carizales, please approach the podium.
Alice, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, on the discussion of the sheriff, I want to applaud the committee for asking very good, detailed questions. You are the stewards, the caretakers of my tax dollar. And it's very, very important that you ask very important, detailed questions. I applaud the committee for doing that. On this issue, my basic concern, God bless the fire department, they helped me when I had my heart attack in Fairfield and I was transported to the hospital about 8 months, about a year ago, the Fairfield Police Department, Fairfield Fire Department, and I God bless them. My only concern is being the good stewards of the tax dollars. I prefer, if I was sitting on that dais there, if I was honored to sit there, I would want to know a breakdown of the vehicle cost. I was in the car business. There's invoice, there's MSRP, there's addendum stickers, there's add-ons, additionals, all profits for the dealership. So when I see there's an XLT Expedition and there's a Max Expedition, 80,000, what exactly is the type of vehicle that is being purchased? That's just my concern. In order to build trust within the citizens of Vallejo, this committee must show, maybe prove, maybe that's not a good word, but at least send a message that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that all of you are going to be careful in spending the dollars, spending the pennies. And I mean, when I see that the one has been 20 years in service, I think that's poor planning on my thought. The average 3 to 5 personal cars, 3 to 5 years of existence before they're either sold or traded in. And to maintain and retain a car for a vehicle for 20 years, and 4 aging vehicles that are 12 to 15 years old, with all due respect, I mean, I know this young man here was not part of the years past, but I think it's just poor planning. And now you have to now you have to bear the burden of paying the price. I think it's sending a clear message to the citizens of Vallejo that we're going to be great show responsibility to spending the money. If I had a greater breakdown of the cost of if it was a base model XLT or versus the 90,000 max model that has all the bells and whistles, heated seats, cooled seats, greatest sounds, a 1600 sound system, then I would know, like, hey, I'm not going to accept that. I don't want this guy to feel good, feel comfortable. I just want him to go stop the fire. I don't want his butt to be warm. Thank you. With all due respect.
Thank you. Any other comments, Manny?
No other speakers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank
I do have one follow-up question. So all of these include the modifications to the vehicles to make them fireman ready? I don't know how else to put it.
That's true, yes. So that the cost includes, that they are XLT versions, so they're the work truck version with the vinyl floors and the lower models. They're not the top-of-the-line Expeditions, and neither is the 550. It's an XLT as well. But they come with, for instance, the utility would come with the flatbed, it would come with the diesel tank, it would come with the lights, the emergency lights, and then the Expeditions would be the same. That cost includes the emergency lighting, the radios, and all the equipment needed to be utilized as a staff vehicle.
have a question. So with all the expenditures for like one truck, one XLT Ford, what is the average estimate cost of just one with all the lights?
I believe the cost was $71,000.
Question about the Ford Expeditions. So the description is the vehicle will be used by staff for general transportation. And what is general transportation, and does staff use this vehicle to take home? Like, do they commute in it?
We have currently 6 take-home vehicles. So the fire chief, the deputy chief, the 4 battalion chiefs, they have take-home vehicles, and then the paramedic coordinator. So they're all able to respond. So 2 of these vehicles would be put into fleet that would be possibly take-home, and 2 would stay at training to be utilized for any of that overhead use. That would be the current plan. So, and it would be replacing vehicles currently that are take-home vehicles for some of the staff.
What happens to the old vehicles?
I would defer to Public Works on that. I believe they go to auction, or if they're under the certain mileage, they would be repurposed in the city.
I know I've heard the fleet, what they do is they make them into pool cars, if they can be used as a pool car. And yes, that's right. Otherwise, when they are way beyond the life, we auction them.
What kind of car, excuse me, what kind of car did you say?
Pool cars for the city staff to use.
Pool. Oh, so then if you auction it, can't you use some of that money to purchase what you need to purchase?
That Public Works owns the fleet and how they purchase. I don't know if that auction fund would go into my vehicle replacement fund. I would defer that question either to Finance or Public Works. But the city does recoup those costs.
So, Rika, is the money, the gain on the disposition, is that put back into the fire budget, or does that just go to
No,
Public
it
Works?
goes into the fleet budget.
The fleet budget,
And-
just a general fleet budget? It's not like for fire?
We have a fleet fund which does the replacement. So we have a replacement fund and a fleet maintenance fund, and it goes in the fund. I've been told we don't get a lot. It's like a couple thousand we get when we auction them, and we account for it in the fleet fund.
So when we put the vehicles into the pool, we still have a cost to maintain those vehicles, and then we pay, like, we reimburse, or we pay for the gas and all the usage that goes along with that pool vehicle, right?
Uh-huh.
So we're still spending money even though, and it's still being used even though it's not being used for.
Yes. We try to use it we run them as long as we can till the maintenance department cannot repair it anymore. And also, if from fire it's coming into the pool, it depends on which department is using it as a pool. Supposing it's housing, then we will make that entry. We'll credit the fire department and debit the housing department, because they use a lot when they are out on the field. So it depends who's using it. For instance, we got some of Water's old vehicles. We are using that as pool. So we credited the water department and moved it into the general fund.
So the vehicles you currently own, or you don't own them, they're owned by Public Works?
That's correct. So all of our engines, truck, everything is owned by Public Works. We just utilize those vehicles.
So there wasn't any funding anywhere to replace these vehicles at any given time? In the 20 years?
I would need somebody from Fleet to come and explain. They have a long list of vehicles, and they have, as per the aging of the vehicles that they have, and they do 5-year planning for replacement. And so in that aging, we have a lot. Our fleet has got a lot of aging ones over there. And the priority is normally given for police cars, especially when they are write-offs or they have been crashed. And so even in the current budget, we are doing the 25-26 budget, it's a tight budget. There is a 20% cut that we have put across the board to balance our budget. And so fleet maintenance and replacement is also getting a cut. So, and then we went through what is priority, what really cannot run anymore, cannot run tomorrow, that they really need it, and then those are the ones that get purchased.
So this is an important precedent for the MPOC. Many departments have fleet vehicles that need to be replaced. And public safety can make a stronger case than most departments to have very reliable vehicles. But if my projection based on incidental reading, I'm not an expert, that city budgets may be really strained for the next few years, what other vehicles will you be asking us to pay for?
My plan currently is not to ask you for any other vehicles. The two vehicles that are on the agenda tonight would be the only two vehicles I'd want to ask, and I want to go back to the budget development process next fiscal year to ask for the vehicle replacement. And from that point, I have, in the next year and a half, I have vehicles that are going to be being delivered that are replacing other vehicles. It just takes 3 years to build a fire engine. It takes 3 years to build a truck. These come a little faster. And then in 2022, we were able to replace the chief and the deputy chief vehicle, and those don't need to be four-wheel drive, and they are more like the police interceptors. I don't have a plan to come back to you to replace any additional fleet.
Okay, see, I believe you, but I don't believe there will be any money in the general fund to help you acquire new equipment in the next few years. Let's just assume that, let's just assume that even though you intend to go to them, they're going to say, I'm sorry, there's nothing, we're reducing the budget more, and there can be no new equipment. What equipment replacement do you anticipate in the next 3 years that already hasn't been fully paid for?
Well, if I was to look at my spreadsheet of equipment, I have some vehicles that are reaching a 10-year mark that need to start being looked at for replacement, but I don't have anything that is at its end of life that will need to be replaced. I have things that probably in 28, 29, I'll have to start looking at replace some other fleet vehicles and start looking at purchasing other Type 1 engines to keep them on that 10-year mark. We ran up against a point where we needed to replace 4 or 5 at one time, and if we budget correctly and we plan correctly, we should never have to replace 4 or 5. It's $1.3 million per fire engine. So we need to plan that out, spread that out over multiple years to where we're replacing one every 2 or 3 years as opposed to 4 at a time.
What do you recommend we tell other departments that if they see you're successful in this budget request, how will we distinguish their requests from yours, and how can we avoid taking responsibility for fleet replacement citywide through Measure P?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer for you.
So I am going to motion, adopt a resolution recommending that the city council authorize $468,000 of Measure P funding for the replacement of 4 staff vehicles and 1 utility vehicle.
I second.
Commissioner Farrell?
No, I would like to explain that I want to push this back on council to work on this before we are pursued as the sole source of funding.
Commissioner Gaddes?
No.
Vice Chair Tibet?
Yes.
Chair San Medon?
No.
Commissioner Jones?
No.
Commissioner Briseno?
Yes.
It does not pass.
All right, so the next item is adopt a resolution recommending, or in the alternative, not recommending that the city council authorize $340,000 of Measure P funding for a Type 6 wildland vehicle.
Well, seeing that this wasn't a priority over the other vehicles, and we didn't pass those vehicles, why would we?
We took our listen.
Oh,
You're welcome to start your motion, sir, if you'd like.
I know you've been here for a long time. Thank you.
Next slide, Manny. So we're asking to replace an aging type, well, actually a missing Type 6 vehicle that we don't have. We lost to mechanical failure. This is an example of the newer models that we have. We have 2 of these and 2 of them being built currently. The one we're asking for Measure P would finalize out the fleet to have 1 at every single station. Next slide. So being, again, part of the Master Mutual Aid system, where, you know, agencies outside of us rely on us to send these types of units, and we rely on them to send them back to us. You know, there's a lot of incidents that we can't handle with just the units that we have, so we rely on mutual aid from the state and the county to assist us. And filling these in every stations allow us to reciprocate that and also take care of the incidents in our city. Next slide. This vehicle, we have 2 style wildland vehicles. We have a Type 3, which is a larger wildland vehicle, and we have the smaller Type 6. This is more maneuverable, more capable to get in and out of places that our engines can't get to, that the larger wildland vehicles can't get to. And this helps replace that aging fleet. Next slide. So 3 of those Type 6s are well, now it's 2, they're all 22 years or old. They're 22 years old outside of city policy. And then the other little caveat is they run on different fuels. So the tank and pump runs on gas, while the engines run on diesel. And we are updating our fleet to have everything run on 1 fuel. Next slide. So this is the older vehicles. Actually, this is the one that we pulled that whole rear skid out and made a utility because both the pump and engine that runs it were not fiscally feasible to replace. Next slide. This is what the new fleet would look like. Next slide. And this is the ask for 1. And that's, again, fully outfitted, radios, lights, everything ready to go.
now, these vehicles seem like they're more public safety and then.
There was no rhyme or reason to putting these on the agenda, but yes, this vehicle is more of an initial response vehicle to emergencies.
That was my exact comment. This vehicle seems to align more with Measure P priorities than the other ask. But Commissioner Jones took the words. Do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently do not have any members of the public signed up for this item.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'll make a motion. I move that we recommend that the city council approve the purchase of a new Type 6 wildland vehicle for the fire department, for the Vallejo Fire Department, to replace the existing 22-year-old vehicle in compliance with the city's fleet replacement policy, and to ensure continued readiness for mutual aid operations.
Seconded.
Vice Chair Tibet,
Yes.
Chair Sun Midon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Briceño.
Yes.
It passes.
Oh,
My apologies, Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, adopt a resolution recommending or, in the alternative, not recommending that the City Council authorize $350,000 of Measure P funding for 10 Zoll Autopulse automated chest compression devices.
For this presentation, I'll have Battalion Chief Rustis.
Good evening, everybody. Glad we're all still here. We're here tonight to ask for funding for these Zoll auto pulses, and I want to make the differentiation. We got the Zoll monitors from you last cycle. We're waiting for a PO. They'll be on the way. These are mechanical devices that when we're doing CPR, you can put them on, and it does the compressions, so it's not. It's another piece. It's an additional piece of equipment. Sorry, first time I've been up here in a while. Okay, we'll go next slide. Oh, it's right in front of me. Currently, the VFD relies on manual chest compressions techniques, which are subject to human error and fatigue. Automated mechanical chest compression devices ensure high-quality compressions during the resuscitation effort. Quick side note, yesterday, we had a crew run in the Glen Cove area. They were doing CPR, gave 3 rounds of medication. There was no change. Medic ambulance shows up. They have a mechanical device, put the mechanical device on, another round of drugs, got a heart rate back, and the patient was breathing on the way to the hospital. Next slide. So the benefits of the auto pulse is it offers several benefits in the emergency situation, particularly in cases of cardiac arrest. They're consistent with the chest compressions because as we do it, I don't know if anybody's ever done compressions, but it is tiring and it is a lot of work. By doing these on, it improves the blood flow because every time you stop to check a pulse or look at the rhythm, all the blood that you've got circulating puddles back, so you got to start it up again. It's kind of like priming the pump. It will reduce rescuer fatigue, increase the survival rates, and it's battery powered and it enhances crew safety. And by that, when we arrive on a scene as an engine company, the paramedic will probably be at the airway, the engineer will be doing compressions, and the officer will be gaining information and kind of being the eyes for scene security because the two are focused. The ambulance comes in, so the engineer and EMT switch off. And then the paramedic on the ambulance will be doing the medications. By getting this, that gives us an extra set of hands to either start an IV and innovate at the same time, whereas when we not having this, it's like one ALS skill is getting done at a time. Next slide. So I kind of covered this a little bit. Justification for the purchase. It improves patient outcomes. It's the compliance with best practices. It enhances our operation efficiency, and it's cost effective. Next slide. And then this is just a little bit of studying that they've done that when you use external compression devices, it increases the chance of survival from hospital discharge 25%. And then there was another study that said patients that received autopulse had a higher favorable neurological outcome. So what we're asking for is $350,000 for 10 Zoll devices. One will go on every engine, one will go in the BC's rig, and one will be in reserve in case one is damaged. They have about a 5-year lifespan before we even think about needing a new battery. The other cool thing with these is when you do compressions, you get artifact on the monitor, and we have to stop CPR. Because these are Zoll and we have Zolls, we're able to read the underlying rhythm without having to stop CPR. And that's it. Any questions?
What would be the cost of a new battery in 5 years approximately?
Well, that's a good question.
Okay.
That is a good question. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Do neighboring cities have similar equipment? Fairfield or Vacaville, for example?
I know Medic carries them, and I'm not 100% sure.
Medic Ambulance has these. Vacaville has, I don't think they have one on every engine, and I believe Fairfield has one of these as well. Benicia is trying to get them. It just helps, in a cardiac event, with 3 people on scene, there's 42 tasks to get done. This allows us to get those tasks done more quicker and more efficiently to increase the patient outcome.
The benefit is clear, is very, very lucid, concise summary. I just was curious to know, I'm still not quite clear, in Vacaville and Fairfield, how many of these devices do they have in each fire department?
I'm not sure the number in each fire department.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's 1 or 3. I don't have that information. I can get that information for you.
I just wondered whether this was an industry standard, and it's not clear.
It's becoming an industry standard. I think cost is a barrier to making it industry standard.
If they don't have 10 and have far fewer than 10, could we authorize purchase of 3, 4? I mean, how would that assist in responding to emergencies here?
We want to put one on every unit that we have responding to ALS emergencies, so there is no delay in putting this device on. If you wanted to authorize less than that, you absolutely could. We just wouldn't put one on every single unit.
So how would you prioritize, and how are they doing that, for example, in Fairfield?
We would prioritize them by call volume. We would look at our data and see what has the most probability of going to a cardiac event, which is pretty spread out through the city, but we could prioritize that with data and then put those on the engines that are most likely to get that. We could also put one on the battalion chief's rig, so regardless of whatever engine, there would be a delay in getting that to the call, but we could have the battalion chief respond to those as well.
Thank
you. If I could add as well, whenever you have a cardiac arrest above ground level and you have to get the patient downstairs, you have to stop doing CPR. So it's critical to keep the CPR going, and by having this external device, we can put it on upstairs, carry him down. Hopefully it's only 1 flight, but I've done 3 flights of stairs. And then once you get him on the gurney, then you got to climb up on the gurney and try and do one-handed compressions while you get to the back of the ambulance. And this would alleviate all of that extra stress. I believe we had 62 cardiac arrests last year that we took to the hospital, and that doesn't count the ones that we worked on for 20 minutes at home, and there was no change, so we terminated efforts. So we do run quite a few cardiac arrests.
I would just like to say, I worked in the emergency department for 5 years up in North Bay, and I've seen the Lucas machine. It was a variant to the Lucas machine that you guys are trying to obtain, and it saved lots of lives. This machine did wonders, and it saved lots of lives. So I'm for it. I'll vote for it.
Just a question, does this, are there any annual purchases that go along with this particular device? Because I think there was another device that went to council because there was like an annual fee, service fee or something like that needed to be covered?
So what went to council on consent was the Zoll monitor purchase that you guys approved. So the way we structured that was basically to get a longer lifespan out of that device, plus we could get new generations as they come out over the life of that. So what we did is we took the $500,000, put it as a down, and then we leased the Zoll monitors for 10 years. Within that 10 years, if they come out with a new monitor, we get that with no additional cost. And the annual cost was already within our budget appropriation from a previous vendor and what we paid annually for that, plus the delta on having like equipment with Medic and now not having to pay for the consumables that we utilize for having different equipment for Medic, because Medic uses Zoll as well. So that annual cost is that lease payment for that, and that didn't require any additional budget allocation. For this, we have options. We could look at a lease option, where we could spread this money over a period of time, or we could use this money to put down and then get a longer lifespan and then go back to my budget and figure out how to pay for that without coming to Measure P or anybody else to ask for additional budget allocation. So it would just be dependent upon how we structured that purchase.
Got it. Because I guess I support this project, but I wouldn't want to support it on the condition that we're saying, hey, council, now general fund has to kick in. So if that's something that you guys already have available in your budget to cover, then, I feel better about this. But, if it's something that now council has to say, hey, we have to find money elsewhere to cover another portion of it, then I feel a little differently.
There is no annual cost above the 350. The battery cost at the end of the 5 years, we looked up, is about $1,500 per battery. And that's something that in that time frame we could cover within our budget. And if it's under that 5-year mark, the maintenance and warranty would cover that replacement.
So you'll actually be making the purchase. It's not going to be like how last time you came, you asked for the, what was it, $500,000 to purchase, what was it, defibrillators?
The defibrillators, yes.
Right. But then you didn't make the purchase, and you, which probably was a better outcome for you guys, what you came up with. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out, if this is your ask, is this actually going to happen?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
So
so
it's not going to be a year from now, because it was a year later.
It
that
was.
We come back, and the $350,000 is going to be there, and you're going to stand there, and you're going to be like, well, what happened?
So, no, let me explain that, because I was enjoying this moment. I was waiting for you to ask me this, because in January, when I had the first meeting with you, and you asked that same question as I took this position over, I just want to let you know from that point, February 11th, the contract vendor was secured. It was to the city attorney's office. I placed it on the council agenda on 3/25. It got bumped for contract issues. It got approved by council, that Zoll contract to purchase on 4/22, and now we're just waiting for the PO to make that purchase. So, from January, that's a 4-month window. Even I had the 35 to 50-day council agenda window. We made that happen. So this would be the same thing. Having the vendor already in a contract, it would be a quicker time to procurement with this money. And the other money that you've expended on us that we got awarded at mid-year, just as we want to talk about that, the money for the thermal imaging cameras has been spent. We purchased those. And then the money for the turnouts on 4/22, that contract was also approved by council, so we'll be acquiring that for that extra gear that you guys allocated.
Well done.
And since we're talking about the good old days, I did ask last time if there was anything else that you guys needed, and you said no. You said, no, we're good. We're not going to come back and ask you for anything else. And so now we have a bunch of other things that you're asking for.
So I would blame that on my newness to the position, not going to make excuses. But as we go through these processes, there's always going to be something I can ask for Measure P. And you guys are, always stewards of this money. And I know that when I come to Measure P, I know whose money I'm spending and who I'm asking to spend. So, I'm a steward of the taxpayers' money as well, and I appreciate what you guys do. So I think at any time there's going to be a Measure P meeting, I'm going to come with an ask of a need that you guys can decide if it's within the tenets of Measure P or not, but I'll make sure that it's fiscally responsible and understand whose money I'm asking to spend when I bring it to you.
I appreciate that.
I have an additional. How much are the machines? What are the costs?
They're about $35,000 per.
What I would like to see, and maybe this is for future references to anybody who comes and asks us for money, I guess I would like to see some type of estimate or some type of invoice or some type of picture or something that you get from your vendor that shows what this apparatus is going to cost. Because we can give you, and I'm not saying you're cheating and all that kind of stuff, but we can give you $350,000. You can say it costs $3,500. How we know you're not spending $20,000 on it? I'm just saying.
Well,
I would like to see some type of estimate or
I believe in the staff report, and one of the attachments was the quote for this equipment.
Mhm.
So there was a quote for 10 of these. And the other thing, if if I got a lesser price, just like I did the thermal imagers, and as soon as that invoice is done, I think I asked for 70, I spent 55, that money is going to come back to Measure P.
Okay, so we can put that in our recommendation to return all.
It remains in the fund, so we have a special fund for Measure P, and if anybody spends less than that, like for instance, the warming center didn't spend it, it'll remain in Measure P.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask in the future that we be provided with options and some research that may not quite reflect industry standards, but knowing what our neighboring cities are doing, which is a snapshot because they may be planning to expand, but you know, you're able to get that information, I think. But given the dire straits Vallejo is in financially, it's that doesn't dictate what we should or shouldn't do about life safety, and we of course all support your efforts, and this has been well presented, but we need to consider options and not be spending money that other cities can't afford to spend, and would help to know a little bit about what our neighboring cities are doing. And you may have access to statewide data that would be very relevant too. It's obvious you're pretty good at doing research. And making presentations, I would add.
Thank you. I mean, you know, I appreciate that. That helps me, you know, when we come to present, to provide you options. But, you know, it would be in your purview to, if you wanted to cut that in half, you know, we will take what we can get with this device and distribute it accordingly.
I would like the motion that we adopt the resolution recommending that the City Council authorize $350,000 of Measure P funding for 10 Zoll AutoPulse automated chest compression devices.
I second.
Chair Sunmiron,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Briseno,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Geddes.
Yes.
Passes.
Next. All right, the next one, adopt a resolution recommending, or in the alternative, not recommending, that the City Council authorize $71,000 of Measure P funding for the replacement of 29 automated external defibrillators, AED, located throughout the city.
All right, ready, Manny? So just a quick overview. The AEDs are, like you see them out in the hallway, and these are throughout the city that was purchased by, I'm not sure who, but the fire department now manages them. So the AEDs, there's 31 throughout the city. They're in high traffic areas such as City Hall, Ferry Terminal, and other municipal locations. These devices are nearing their end of their life. A lot of them are already out of warranty. Next slide. The VFD oversees this program for several years. AEDs are critical in providing immediate treatment to someone in cardiac arrest. Next slide. The benefits to AEDs is a rapid delivery of defibrillation. They're easy to use. They immediate access in emergencies, improve survival rates, no need for special training. They support CPR. They're portable, they're compact. It increases public awareness and better outcomes for in the public setting, and they're cost effective. Manny? Justification for the purposes, the safety of the public, advanced technology, public confidence. I know when I go in a building and I see an AED, I kind of feel a little better, if you know, because I know how to use them, and I'm assuming a lot of people know how to use them. And we really need them because the ones we currently have are literally at the end of their life. In the studies based on the use of AEDs, according to the AHA, American Heart Association, early defibrillation with an AED can increase survival rates by up to 70% if used within the first few minutes of sudden cardiac arrest. AEDs are powerful tools that greatly increase the chance of survival following sudden cardiac events. So what we're asking for is $71,000 for 29 devices, and it has a lifespan of about 10 years, which breaks down to about $2,500 per AED.
Before you ask any questions, I'd just like to make a comment as well, because I see a pattern here, and I want to be solutions-based about the needs of our fire department. I inherited the last budget. I wasn't able to be part of that budget development. And as I come into this budget, and I prioritized all the needs and wants that we had, and we got, bumped down to what we got to ask for. We brought these asks in kind of the most public safety, most dire asks. I don't want to make this a habit where we continue to come to Measure P to fund our deficiencies. However, this particular ask, we've had for, I believe, 12 to 15 years. We've been, this program has gone on, and it's morphed into the fire department taking it over. We wanted to come to Measure P to ask for the basis of these AEDs throughout the city. And then our plan is to grow this program into an end-user app and partner with PulsePoint. I don't know if anybody of you have heard of PulsePoint before, but it's an end-user app for the citizen to tie into what calls we go on. And if there's a cardiac arrest, it'll alert you on your app, and it'll also alert you if you're near an AED and where that is. So it'll have the location of the AEDs, plus some of our CAD data on the calls. That's not a cost we were going to come and ask Measure P for. We were going to try and fund that ourselves, whether it's grant funding or some of the one-time funding to build that out. But it's something that we, I believe, can absorb, and I think it's important. So this is kind of the jump-off point to that PulsePoint conversation, to be able to start with this larger cost to where we can work in the rest of that program over time.
So you're using the same vendor for these that you are using for the other
Yes.
device?
Yes.
They'd be
Great.
Zolls.
So the time to actually get this device is shortened, right?
It is.
Because you
It-
already
once-
have a relationship with the vendor.
Correct. So
Got it.
once the funding is allocated, the conversation, the contract, everything is a very short window to procurement.
And this amount is within the city manager's threshold to approve without going to council, correct?
Normally, yes. The problem is there are other Zola contracts. So his authority is $100,000 per fiscal year per vendor. So we have multiple contracts, so it's going to be over 100. It'd have to go to council.
I was trying to speed it up.
I appreciate that.
But I think that, this is fine. I don't have any questions about it. Just, I like to, it's a great feeling when we can see the different departments come to us and ask for money and then actually use it, and we see the community benefit from it right away. And so this item looked to me like one of those things where, hey, we can just get these out there right away. We don't have to, follow up a year later to see if you've spent the money. So, but I don't have any other questions. That was it.
I would like to move that the MPOC recommends that the city council authorize $71,000 of Measure P funding for the replacement of 29 automated external defibrillators located throughout the city.
I'll second that.
Chair Sunmeron,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Briceño,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddes,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet.
Yes.
Chair Sunmeron, did I? Okay.
You got me, yes.
Thank you. It passes.
Well, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. It's a late night. I appreciate you guys.
And through the chair, just wanted to inform you there were no signups for public comment on that item.
Thank you.
Public left. Oh.
So the next item, audit review and drafting of annual audit report as required by VMC Section 3.09.150, selection of an ad hoc committee to create draft of report. So in this motion, we're just going to select
You're going to create the committee, and then the committee can go do its work and come back to the full committee for approval. The way I would suggest that it work is once you determine who the committee is, that you interface with staff, and then you can set up whatever meetings you need with staff to help you with the report.
Perfect. So do we have any volunteers? This is a 3-person committee.
Where are we?
Another one. G.
Oh, gee.
This is a subcommittee to write the annual audit report based on the audit presentation that we received at our last meeting.
I'm doing it.
We have 2 more openings.
One would suffice.
I'm already on.
I'll do it.
Thank you. Of course.
Can we get one more person? We need one more person for the committee. All right, well then the subcommittee will move forward with Commissioner Gaddes and Tibet.
And then I think Monica is probably your point of contact for whoever you want to talk to. And I'm thinking you'll want to meet with the finance folks and perhaps the auditing people. I don't know. It's up to you.
Chair Salmarone?
Yes.
Before we wrap up, I would like to make a request that the MPOC agendize at a subsequent meeting a report concerning the status of records requested relating to the CDFs on Mare Island and the bridge or causeway that we approved funding for.
Have you moved on to future agenda items?
Oh, I jumped ahead.
Okay, got it.
Committee member, I thought I was going to address it in an email.
Oh, okay. I want to, I should have explained.
No, that's okay.
No, I think I've received some emails.
No, we already passed
We can't get into the weeds. And so I would like to do a little planning before we take it up.
Sure.
If that seems useful. And you'll definitely help us plan for a discussion of it if that's agreeable.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to wrap things up.
I hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you want to put that item on the agenda and we need to vote on that? Or-
So initially, it has to go through the 2-step process. I can do as I did last time and ask the city manager if he's willing to bypass that. And if not, I will make sure that it's on the next available agenda for you to consider whether to put it on for deliberation.
So for any future agenda item suggestion, do we need to just request a future agenda item, or we need to vote to put it on a future agenda?
No, you don't need to vote tonight. You can request it. Any one of you can make the request. Then it will come back before the full committee to determine whether to put it on the agenda. So Board Member Farrell has made the request, and I'm going to follow through with what I said I would do. I will ask the city manager, because that's his bailiwick, if he's willing to bypass that and put it on, without the 2-step process. If not, I will bring it back and put it on the next available agenda for you to determine whether that would be when you would vote to put it on the agenda.
Because the vote up or down on whether to put it on an agenda tends to be a very brief item. I would
Yes.
hope we can do it at the next meeting,
Sure.
but I understand the process. Thank
Sure.
you.
I'd also like to ask for a report from the Council Support and Outreach, the Community Grants, and the Firefighter Academy. That's all under Victoria, the youth.
The use of, I'm sorry, say again.
A report from Victoria Grace Barksdale regarding the funding that was allotted to her from Measure P, an update report.
She's out on maternity leave, and that's why I couldn't even update the costing. So I guess whenever she's back, we can add that.
We can put that on as soon as she's available. Well, we can put it on to agendize, but then the second, once you approve to put it on, obviously if she's not here, it could be.
But Randy, was a motion taken on the audit one? Because I think the topic kind of...
Oh, yeah, you do need to make a motion to appoint the member, sorry.
Oh, got it, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Commissioner Gaddes and Commissioner Tibet as the audit subcommittee.
Second.
Commissioner Briseno?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Chair Sunmiron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tibet?
Yes.
Commissioner Geddes?
Yes.
Commissioner Farrow?
Yes.
It passes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to annoy you guys really quickly. It's not going to be quick. So I would like to request some future agenda items, and could you pass these down? They are resolutions that I took a stab at using one of Randy's templates to kind of memorialize some MPOC procedures that we have all discussed over like the past year that we really haven't formalized. And so I can read through the bullet points. Each of you guys can look at what I presented, but one of these resolutions would be about the audit. And so basically that, the scope of the audit be presented to the Measure P Oversight Committee, the audit firm be rotated, that the audit firm is independent and distinct from the audit firm that's being used by the city of Vallejo. So I know that we can't have a discussion about this right now, but these are some things that I would like to discuss at a future meeting. And so Randy can I think Randy wants to jump in right now.
No, I was just going to ask if you wouldn't mind emailing me a copy of that resolution so I can make sure I get the agenda language correct.
Yeah, there's 5. I'll send them right over.
Thanks.
Yeah. And so there's one about the audit. There's another one about financial reporting. And Reka was great to confirm with me that the receipt of funds for Measure P is consistent with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration's annual disbursement calendar. So this resolution is basically asking that this committee receive financial reporting at the same time that the California agency, disperses those funds, and then also requesting that the ledger to show the transfer in of those reconciled funds be provided to the committee so that way the committee can see when things come in. And that was added because of a conversation I had with Reka about the interest not being, that we missed a journal entry that allocated Measure P's interest to the Measure P fund. So it is good practice for this committee, I believe, to be able to see that journal entry from the ledger and reconcile that against the funds that we're receiving. So that is, the contents of one of the resolutions. Another one is about fund reversion, making sure that after a project is done, after that project end date, that the excess funds are not still encumbered or reserved, that it's back in the fund balance so that way it can be reallocated to other needs. We've had that conversation at length over, the period of the past year. Another resolution that, and this one's probably really controversial, but where we establish more of a stabilization process, meaning that Measure P has a reserve balance. Like we have a minimum balance that the fund doesn't go below, or we establish like an emergency balance. So that way when departments do have emergencies, which departments have come to us with plenty of emergencies, that we say, hey, there's an emergency fund, and we are maintaining standards of accounting that are consistent with the Government Accounting Standards Board Statement Number 54, which is stabilization of the budget. And that is a budget technique that's used by lots of local governments, and we can get into that more at a different day. But again, these are some of my ideas, but a lot of research based on conversations that this body has already had, and we haven't really memorialized it and haven't really put it forward to be a documented procedure. So I would really like to add these individually to a future agenda, so that way this body can discuss it at length, ask questions, get staff feedback, and really start setting, you know, these different precedents for this committee, not just for the people who are sitting here right now, but for the future committee members and to support, you know, the community and the city of Vallejo. So that's my ask.
So, Mr. Reisner, will you take that also to the city manager?
Of course I will.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other requests for future agenda items? All right, well then we can adjourn this meeting at 10:49 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.